Chapter 2142. Tian Feiyu, an ant like you imprisoned me for hundreds of years. Now that I've finally broken free from the array formation, you'll be my first target. Nan Tianju leaped forward and instantly appeared in front of Tian Feiyu. Before Tian Feiyu could react, he sent him flying with a palm strike. A rain of blood rained down from the sky as Tian Feiyu's body exploded. Nan Tianju immediately clenched his fist, conjuring a giant hand made of quintessential essence in the sky that caught Tian Feiyu's fleeing nascent soul. Senior Nan Tianju, please spare me. I didn't trap you here. It was King Void God who trapped you here. Tian Feiyu immediately begged bitterly in the face of death. Nan Tianju's emotions fluctuated when he heard the name King Void God. He exerted some force in his palm, and Tian Feiyu's miserable shriek was heard in the sky. Senior, please spare me. I can take you to King Void God. Tian Feiyu said anxiously. The other four old men stood in the distance, stunned by Nan Tianju's power. Tian Feiyu was their senior brother and a late-stage true-form realm expert. However, he could not fight back against Nan Tianju and turned into his infant body in one move. Do you think I can't find Ling Wanyan? Do I need you to lead the way? Rumble. With a furious roar, Nan Tianju clenched his fist, and Tian Feiyu's infant body exploded. The four old men were startled and immediately fled on their flying swords. However, they heard four consecutive loud sounds in the sky, and the four of them were instantly destroyed. Qin Fen was dumbfounded as he watched. Even though he had killed a true form expert instantly before, he had done it with a sneak attack and a full-powered attack. He was nothing like Nan Tianjue, who was so calm and composed. Qin Fen was able to kill a true form expert instantly. Young hero Qin, thank you for helping me this time. I've already recovered 30 to 50% of my strength. Nan Tianju smiled amiably at Qin Fen. He looked like a different person from the murderous god just now. Qin Fen's mouth twitched. It turned out that Nan Tianju had only displayed 30 to 50% of his strength. Senior. What realm are you at now? Qin Fen was curious. Nan Tianju did not hide anything. I reached the peak stage of true god a long time ago and should have ascended to the immortal world. However, I haven't ascended because of Ling Wanyan. Qin Fen's expression changed slightly. Ling Wanyan is King Void God. Exactly. Nan Tianjue said. Qin Fen couldn't help but think of Ling Zhoutian. Ling Zhoutian had the same surname as Ling Wanyan, and he had inherited the system. This was obviously not a coincidence. It meant that Ling Zhoutian was also a member of the Kobe Triad. But the Kobe clan was a force of the Eastfield continent, so why would Ling Zhoutian appear on Earth? Young hero Qin, I still have something to do. You saved me this time, and I promise to do one thing for you. If young hero Qin has already thought about it, you can just say it. If you haven't, then I can only take my leave first. I will repay young hero Qin's kindness in the future, Nan Tianjue said. Qin Fen came back to his senses. Senior, I want you to help me find the 12 Supremes. 12 Supremes. What do you want to do? Nan Tianjue's expression changed slightly. I plan to lead everyone to Kobe Gate and kill King Virtual God, Qin Fen said solemnly. Nan Tianjue revealed a look of disbelief. Now that King Virtual God was famous and was known as the #1 martial artist in the Divine Continent, all forces avoided Kobe Gate. Who dared to find trouble with them? Young hero Qin, you are not Ling Wanyan's opponent. I advise you to give up on the idea of fighting him. His strength is far more terrifying than you think, Nan Tianjue advised. Qin Fen's expression was firm. If we gather the 12 Supremes, will our chances be high? Nan Tianjue was surprised by Qin Fen's idea. He didn't know what kind of grudge Qin Fen had with Ling Wanyan that made Qin Fen want to find the 12 Supremes to deal with Ling Wanyan. But Nan Tianjue knew that this method wouldn't work because the 12 Supremes had long gone missing. Young hero Qin, the 12 Supremes had the same experience as me. They were framed by Ling Wanyan. Now, we don't know if the others are alive or dead. There has been no news of them for a long time. It's impossible to find them, Qin Fen said. Senior Nan Tianjue, I have seen Shen Qijuan and He Shuhan. They are still alive. What? You saw those two? Where did you see them? Nan Tianjue was shocked. Qin Fen told him the truth. When Nan Tianjue heard it, he was even more surprised. Young hero Qin, are you the one who is going through the tribulation? Every time I break through, I will trigger a fatal lightning tribulation. The identity of the person who is going through the tribulation should be real, Qin Fen said. Nan Tianjue nodded. To be able to trigger a fatal lightning tribulation, it must be the Divine Lord who is going through the tribulation. Now that the tribulation that happens once in 1,000 years has arrived, according to what young hero Qin said, the new tribulation is very likely to be the Flying Immortal Tribulation. If we don't eradicate the Kobe faction as soon as possible, the cultivators of the Divine Continent will never be able to ascend to the Flying Immortal realm. Qin Fen cupped his fists and said, that's why I sincerely ask Senior to find the 12 Supremes. When everyone is gathered, we should have a chance to fight the Kobe faction together. Good. I will do my best to handle this matter. After half a year, we will meet at the Eastfield Continent's Spirit Breath City. At that time, regardless of whether the 12 Supremes are gathered or not, I will meet young hero Qin there, Nan Tianjue said. Qin Fen nodded. He had originally planned to find the 12 Supremes by himself. Now that he had Nan Tianjue's help, he could use this half a year to break through. It should be known that his disaster transformation stage 7 cultivation level was not worth mentioning in front of the Kobe faction. Nan Tianjue also saw this problem. Before he left, he suggested, young hero Qin, your cultivation level is slightly lower. You can go to the Eastfield Continent's Divine Herb Valley to break through first. If the opportunity is good, it won't be a problem for you to step into the true form realm. After the two of them said goodbye, Qin Fen didn't rush to the Eastfield Continent. He first went to visit Xian Hai, who was in the 80-mile city. Xian Hai was the one who helped him escape from the Sword Realm. After that, Qin Fen went to Grey Island, mainly to see Qi Longxing of the 3 Northern Ring Islands. Back then, when Hai Qiji and the others chased after Qin Fen, it was Qi Longxing who brought him to the 3 Northern Ring Islands to temporarily avoid danger. When Qin Fen came to Green Island again, the situation there had changed drastically. There was smoke everywhere on the 3 Northern Islands. There was a huge battle going on, and many demon cultivators were running for their lives. Qin Fen stopped a random demon cultivator and asked, what happened here? The demon cultivator was in a hurry to escape and didn't want to answer Qin Fen's question. However, he sensed that Qin Fen's aura was boundless and he couldn't see through it at all. He could only bite the bullet and say, Senior. A month ago, the 3 Northern Islands were attacked by the Nanming Palace. Now, more than half of the islands are occupied by the Nanming Palace cultivators. The local demon cultivators of the 3 Northern Islands are either dead or have escaped. I advise you to take a detour and not pass through this war zone. The demon cultivator saw that Qin Fen was a human cultivator and thought that he was passing by. Qin Fen's expression became serious and he continued to ask, the 3 Northern Islands are not weaker than the Nanming Palace. Why can't they defend their own territory? Chapter 2143. The beast cultivator said, this time, Nanming Palace came prepared. They joined forces with the Myriad Formation sect to attack the 3 northern islands. We were caught off guard and lost momentum as soon as the battle started. The Beast Cultivator hesitated for a moment and continued, and the main reason why this battle ended in failure was because there was a traitor. Qianfen raised his eyebrows. Who's the traitor? Even if I tell you, you might not know. I advise you to leave this place quickly. I also need to run for my life. Otherwise, if the cultivators of Nanming Palace and the Myriad Formation sect catch up, I'll be dead. This time, the enemy is ruthless. They said that they would kill all the beast cultivators in the 3 northern islands. The beast cultivator was a little anxious. Qianfen's face turned cold, and violent true essence surged out of his body. Qi Longxing of the 3 northern islands is my friend. I won't sit back and do nothing. You don't have to worry about the enemy catching up. No matter how many of them come, I'll make sure they won't be able to return. Just answer my questions. The beast cultivator trembled in fear. He had never felt such a powerful true essence from Qianfen. It was even stronger than the aura of the Black Snake King, the island master of the 3 northern islands. Senior, please calm down. I'm willing to tell you everything I know. It was Ba Ji who betrayed us. He worked with the beast cultivators of Nanming Palace and the human cultivators of the Myriad Formation sect to the point where the 3 northern islands couldn't fight back. Qianfen's expression changed slightly. Ba Ji. If I remember correctly, he's the 3rd son of the Black Snake King, right? Why would he betray us? How could I dare to lie to you, Senior? It was really Ba Ji who betrayed us. In fact, the relationship between family members of beast cultivators isn't as close as that of human cultivators. This kind of family betrayal happens from time to time, the beast cultivator said. Qianfen roughly understood the situation. In fact, when he first came to the 3 northern islands, he discovered that there was a void formation on the bridge that connected the 3 islands. The formation was hidden, and when it was activated, it would temporarily seal the bridge's teleportation function. Later, Qianfen helped Qi Longxing change the teleportation formation and told him that if anything happened to the 3 northern islands, he could use the teleportation formation on the bridge to escape. Where is Qi Longxing? Is he still alive? Qianfen was a little nervous. The demon cultivator said, Senior. I'm not sure about that. Right now, the 3 northern islands are littered with corpses. Everyone is only concerned about running for their lives. Who would have the time to care about the lives of others? But I know that the Black Snake King has fallen. This time, the 3 northern islands have completely collapsed. Qianfeng sighed inwardly. Although there were cases of sons killing their fathers on Earth, they were extremely rare. If you want to live, then follow me. Qianfen had already left on his sword, heading towards the interior of the 3 northern ring islands. That demon cultivator was hesitant. He'd escaped from the pile of death with great difficulty, so wouldn't he be courting death for nothing if he returned? However, after some hesitation, the demonic cultivator quickly followed Qianfen. For some reason, he had a strong feeling that only by following Qianfen would he be able to survive. It was just as the demonic cultivator had said, the flames of war raged on the 3 northern islands, and it was a scene of ruins. The heavenly bridges that originally led to the 3 islands were sealed by formations, and the 3 islands became isolated existences. The demonic cultivators on the islands could not go to other islands at all, and could only wait for death on the islands. When Qianfen first came here, he was only a level 6 formation grandmaster, but now he was a level 8 formation immortal. With just a glance, the void formation on the heavenly bridge appeared, and the formation's eyes were exposed to Qianfen. He waved his hand, and countless formation flags fell like heavenly maidens scattering flowers. The following demonic cultivator was dumbfounded. When those formation flags fell on the heavenly bridge, a wall of light appeared, and the three islands were reconnected. The heavenly bridge is open. Great! Everyone, hurry up and escape to the heavenly bridge. We can't escape. Now that the heavenly bridge is open, all the demonic cultivators on the three northern islands are heading to the first island. Let's fight to the death with those bastards from the Nanming Temple. The demonic cultivators on the three islands soon discovered the situation, and the battle became even more intense. Several black shadows floated in the air, and unknowingly, they had already surrounded Qin Fen and that demonic cultivator. Stinking brat! Are you the one causing trouble on the heavenly bridge? I think you're tired of living. There's a human cultivator here. Why isn't he wearing the uniform of the Thousand Formation sect? Who is he? It's you, brat. How dare you come to the three northern islands? Today, I will take your dog life. The demonic cultivators surrounding them were all from the Nanming Temple, but someone recognized Qin Fen. It was the Black Snake King's third son, Ba Zhua. Qin Fen also recognized Ba Zhua. When he saw Ba Zhua's cultivation, he couldn't help but sigh. This demonic cultivator's cultivation speed was indeed much faster than human cultivators. When Qin Fen met Ba Zhua, he was only at Nihility God Realm level 6, but now, he had already stepped into the early stage of the body condensation realm. Your Highness Ba Zhua, who is this? The demonic cultivator from the Nanming Temple asked. Humph. He's a friend of my idiot younger brother. I wanted to kill him back then, but he escaped, Ba Zhua said. The demonic cultivator who followed Qin Fen suddenly became angry. Ba Zhua, you are worse than a beast. How dare you betray the Black Snake King and betray your own clan? You will be struck by lightning. Ba Zhua's face turned cold. Who do you think you are? How dare you criticize my decision? The Divine Supreme Continent is a place where only the strong are respected. What bullshit about family and bloodline? Father only has himself to blame. I have long advised him to join forces with the Nanming Temple to annex the East Dragon Palace, but he insisted that a three-legged balance is the most reasonable structure for Tsang Island. That old man has already lost the ambition that a demonic cultivator should have. If he continues to lead the three northern islands, everyone will be devoured sooner or later. It's better for me to start this battle to move towards the light. When the battle is over, I will lead the three northern islands back to glory. Pfft. People like you won't succeed. You will be struck by lightning sooner or later. The demonic cultivator said angrily. Ba Zhua's patience ran out. He suddenly slapped the demonic cultivator. Humph. Being struck by lightning is just the words of the weak to comfort themselves. I want to see whether you will die or I will be struck by lightning. Rumble. A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. The true essence brought by Ba Zhua's palm was instantly shattered. The lightning bolt was as thick as a person's waist. It fell on top of Ba Zhua's head and turned him into ashes in the blink of an eye. You want to be struck by lightning? I can fulfill your wish. Qin Fen's cold voice floated out. The crowd was shocked. The demonic cultivator's eyes widened to the ground. He suddenly felt ecstatic. He realized that following Qin Fen was the right choice. And like human, how dare you behave atrociously in Tsang Island? Attack together. The demonic cultivators of the Nanming Temple quickly came to their senses. More than 10 of them attacked Qin Fen at the same time. Blade lights and sword shadows filled the void. When the powerful true essence condensed, it seemed to form an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 2144. Senior, be careful. The demonic cultivator disciple's expression changed drastically. When the Nanming Temple's demonic cultivators attacked together, he instantly felt the threat of death. Qin Fen floated in the air, standing in the middle of the attack. Violent spiritual essence surged like a tide, shaking the sky. Today, I, Qin Fen, am here. Cultivators outside the 3 northern islands, leave now, or you will die. Qin Fen's roar was like thunder. He slashed with his blade, and the ruler swept up a bright purple light. A crack appeared in the void, and the demonic cultivators' attacks disappeared instantly. The originally blue sky seemed to be shrouded in a sunset glow. The demonic cultivators who were fighting stopped and looked over, shocked by the spectacular scene. These demonic cultivators' realms were not high. Most of them had only stepped into the void god realm. Even those in the body condensation realm were considered powerful. Qin Fen killed a large number of demonic cultivators with just a wave of his hand. It was a completely one-sided situation. Who exactly is this senior? Isn't his strength a little too terrifying? The demonic cultivator from the 3 northern islands was dumbfounded. He was worried about Qin Fen's safety just a second ago, but now he seemed to see the hope of the Spirit Snake bloodline clan again. Half an hour later, Qin Fen could not even count how many demonic cultivators he had killed. He just repeated the action of raising his blade and slashing it down. Every slash created a crack in the sky. Where did this human cultivator come from? How dare you ruin the plans of the Nanming Temple and the 10,000 Array sect? I advise you to leave now, or we will do our best to kill you. A roar came from the sky. A moment later, thousands of figures flashed and surged over like a cloud of black mist. There were a few extremely powerful auras in the crowd. The demonic cultivator from the 3 northern islands became nervous again, but he saw that Qin Fen was still floating in the sky. His expression did not change at all. It's you, human ant. How dare you return to Green Island? You're simply courting death. The crowd approached. The leading man had green skin and a pair of dragon horns on his head. He had stepped into the Ukayana Cauldron realm. Qin Fen quickly recognized him. This demonic cultivator was the great protector of the Nanming Temple, Vashi. When Qin Fen came to Grey Island and killed the White Dragon Crown Prince of the Nanming Temple, he was chased by the entire Nanming Temple. Vashi even broke into the 3 northern islands to capture him. Qin Fen was only at the initial body condensation stage and wasn't Washi's match. But now, the situation had changed. Vashi was still at the Ukayana Tripod realm, but Qin Fen was already at the Disaster Transformation realm. You tried to kill me in the past, but failed. Today, I'll settle old and new scores. Qin Feng's voice was cold. Washizan looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Ha! Sure enough, you're a human ant who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You want to take revenge. Back then, I was so scared that you hid in the 3 northern islands, not daring to show yourself. Now that the 3 northern islands have fallen into the hands of the Nanming Temple, where else can you hide? Why should I hide? This time, you should be the ones running. Unfortunately, you won't be able to escape even if you want to, Qin Fen said. Vashjin stopped laughing, and a ferocious look appeared on his face. He didn't understand where Qin Fen got his confidence from to be so arrogant, but even if he couldn't see through Qin Feng's realm, he didn't care about Qin Fen at all. Now that 1,000,000 demon cultivators of the Nanming Temple had occupied the 3 northern islands, how could they not kill a human cultivator? You killed the White Dragon Crown Prince and caused the death of the #1 genius demon cultivator of Green Island, His Highness Jezite. Today, I'll take revenge for them. As soon as Washizan finished speaking, he slapped out. A giant true essence hand formed in the sky, like a dark cloud falling from the sky. The demon cultivators revealed shocked expressions. The true essence hand was suspended above their heads. Even though the center of the true essence was not near them, they could still feel the extremely ferocious aura surging. Seeing that the attack was about to envelop Qin Feng, the latter punched out. His fist technique was not fancy, but it swept up a destructive fist force that instantly shattered the true essence hand. Rumble. The loud sound was deafening. The demon cultivators felt a sharp pain in their spiritual consciousness. When they looked at the battlefield again, they happened to see the scene of Guardian Washizen's body exploding. Even the flying demon infant was destroyed in the surging true essence. Guardian Washizen is dead. Just who is that human cultivator? He killed Senior Washizen, who is at the Ekayana realm, with one punch. I feel like I'm dreaming. The demon cultivators were seething. A strange aura floated above the 3 northern islands. Although thousands of demon cultivators surrounded Qin Feng, they did not dare to make a move after seeing Washizen killed in an instant. Some even secretly escaped. I won't repeat my good words twice. Other than the cultivators of the 3 northern islands, everyone else, retreat immediately. Otherwise, only death awaits. Qin Feng's roar was like thunder. His voice spread throughout the 3 northern islands, causing a sharp pain in the spiritual consciousness of the millions of demon cultivators. This was not a true essence voice transmission, but a higher-level divine sense voice transmission. The cultivators on the second island gathered together with solemn expressions on their faces. A red-skinned old demon cultivator said, "Who is that guy? He can actually kill junior brother Washizen in an instant. Is there such a human cultivator in the South Square continent?" The 5 old demon cultivators looked at the human cultivator at the side. That person suddenly frowned and said, It's actually this kid. Sect leader 1 knows him. This kid won the last genius conference. He is so young and has a heaven-defying cultivation. He is already at the peak of the cultivators under 50 in the South Square continent. This guy is called Qin Feng. He killed Wanli, a genius disciple of my Myriad Array sect. I wanted to settle the score with him, but I didn't expect him to come to me. That old human cultivator was Wan Hailu, the sect leader of Myriad Array sect. He had joined forces with Nanming Palace to attack the 3 northern islands. When the guardians of Nanming Palace figured out Qin Feng's identity, they heaved a sigh of relief. No matter how powerful that kid is, he is still a junior. What does it matter if he can reach the peak of the younger generation? If I participate in the Genius Conference, I can still win. The red-skinned old man shook his head and said, "Don't underestimate that guy. Since he can kill junior brother Washizen in an instant, his cultivation realm cannot be too low. However, it is impossible for him to stop our plan. Let's go meet him now." Sect Leader 1, find an opportunity to set up a trap formation. As long as we could trap that kid, he will definitely die. After the few of them decided on a strategy, they quickly rushed to the first island. At this moment, Qin Feng had already killed tens of thousands of demon cultivators. The corpses piled up like a small mountain under his feet. It was a spectacular scene. After a few fierce battles, the remaining demon cultivators no longer dared to go forward and had the intention to retreat. However, at this moment, several black figures flew over from afar. When they recognized who they were, the eyes of the group of demon cultivators immediately shone with excitement. Great Guardian Lei Shi and the others are here. Even the sect leader of Myriad Array sect is here. This time, we will teach that human ant a lesson. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 2145. High up in the sky, a red flood dragon was circling around. The dragon's roar was like thunder, accompanied by flashes of lightning in the sky. This red flood dragon was the true body of Nanming Temple's great guardian, Lei Zite. Ant Jr. How dare you obstruct the plans of Nanming Temple and Myriad Array Sect? Today will be the day you die. Qin Fen did not even need to look up. His divine sense had already enveloped the sky above him. Lei Zite and the others had all reached the Ekayana tripod realm. They were considered top-notch experts in this battle. However, to Qin Fen, they were all trash that could be killed with one slap. You killed the Black Snake King. Qin Fen asked as if he did not hear Lei Zite's vicious words. Rykard laughed coldly and said, the Black Snake King fought against the White Flood Dragon King of our Southbright Temple. He died half a month ago. Right now, the 3 northern ringed islands are just a bunch of defeated trash. You still dare to help them fight. Our White Serpent King has already reached the late-stage disaster transformation. Killing an ant like you is a piece of cake. I advise you to surrender and I can consider leaving your corpse intact. Qin Fen grew impatient. He activated his divine sense and spread it out silently. In the next second, Lei Zite's expression changed drastically as he howled in pain. Ah! My divine sense see. How can you have such a powerful divine sense attack? Loud explosions rang out one after another. However, only Lei Zite could hear it because the sound was exploding in his head. The other great guardians of Nanming Temple and Wan Hailu were confused. They could not understand what was going on with Lei Zite. Senior brother. What happened? Someone asked. Qin Fen's divine sense attack had severely injured Lei Zite's divine sense C. Now, Lei Zite could not even activate his quintessential essence. His cultivation level would drop drastically. This ant sneaked an attack on my spiritual C. Sect Master Wan, hurry up and trap him. I want to tear him into pieces. Lassiter was enraged. One had to know that there were no elixirs in the entire South Flat state that could repair the spiritual sea. The few of them came to their senses and realized that Qin Fen had used a divine sense attack to injure Lei Zite. However, they could not understand how Qin Fen was able to do it. Rexit had already stepped into the late stage of the cauldron-filling realm. Furthermore, as a demon cultivator, his sea of consciousness was several times stronger than that of a human cultivator. Now was not the time to think about that. When Wan Hailu came back to his senses, he immediately threw a bunch of formation flags into the void. Formation flags fell like rain. As if they had eyes of their own, they landed around Qin Feng and formed a mysterious formation. Raise the formation. Wan Hailu roared and quickly formed formation seals with his hands. For light barriers rose up and seemed to reach the sky, trapping Qin Fen on that small piece of land. Ha! This kid has already been trapped by the level 6 confinement formation I set up. Everyone, just focus on attacking him. Wan Hailu shouted excitedly. The protectors of Nanming Palace had been waiting for this moment and immediately attacked. The 5 of them instantly landed around Qin Fen, forming a pentagonal array to surround Qin Fen. However, without waiting for their attacks to land, Qin Fen also threw out an array flag, and the array wall that trapped him instantly changed. There was a loud explosion. It was the attack of the protectors of Nanming Palace. Their attacks landed on the array wall and instantly bounced back. The few of them immediately fell to the ground, injured, and revealed confused expressions. Sect Leader Wan. What's going on? Why am I trapped? Sect Leader Wan, did you use the wrong formation? Faced with the sudden situation, even Wan Hailu was confused. He had clearly set up a level 6 confinement formation to trap Qin Fen, but how did the formation trap Rexit and the others instead? Wan Hailu immediately threw out a few more array flags in an attempt to repair the formation. However, when the array flags landed on the ground, they instantly exploded and disappeared. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Wan Hailu revealed a horrified expression. Trapped on the spot, Rexit and the others could only move within a space of less than 3 square meters. They did not dare to attack anymore because the effects of their attacks would eventually rebound back to them. Sect Leader Wan, what the hell are you doing? If you can't find the problem with the formation, then hurry up and destroy this confinement formation. Rexit and the others were already feeling dissatisfied. Wan Hailu broke out in a cold sweat. He had already found the problem with the formation, but he realized that he could not solve it at all. Actually, the array flags in the formation were meticulously refined using various materials with abundant spirit chi. Under normal circumstances, they would not explode and be destroyed. Unless the low-grade array flags were used in a high-level formation. Under such circumstances, because the low-grade array flags could not provide the energy required by the high-level formation, the array flags would eventually self-destruct due to the exhaustion of energy. Since Wan Hailu's array flags had exploded, it could only mean that the current formation was of a higher grade than his array flags. You upgraded the formation. How did you do it? Wan Hailu's eyes were filled with shock after he figured out the reason. Myriad Array Gate, what are you talking about? Rexit and the others could not understand at all. Wan Hailu snapped out of his daze and immediately explained, Protector Rexit. That kid is also a formation master, and his formation level is even higher than mine. He upgraded my level 6 confinement formation. Now, the confinement formation is no longer under my control. The expressions of Rexit and the others changed drastically. Even though they did not know about formations, they knew that a level 6 array grandmaster was already at the peak of the South Flat Continent. And in the entire South Flat Continent, only Wan Hailu's formation skills had reached level 6. However, the young cultivator in front of them had actually upgraded a level 6 array formation. Wouldn't that mean that he was a level 7 array king? This kind of thing was really unimaginable. Sect Master Wan, are you mistaken? Try destroying the formation directly. After Rexit snapped out of his daze, he still held on to a final strand of hope. Wan Hailu did not destroy the formation at all, because he could no longer sense its energy. This was originally a level 6 confinement formation that he had set up, but now it had become extremely unfamiliar. He could not even find the array core. More than a year has passed and you are still a level 6 array grandmaster. You really do not wish to improve, Qin Fan's cold voice sounded. Wan Hailu's face flushed red with anger. He was the number 1 array grandmaster of the South Flat Continent and was revered by billions of cultivators. No one had ever said that his formation skills were poor. Now that Qin Fan had said it, he had no words to refute. Are you really a level 7 array king? Wan Hailu could not help but ask. Array king was his lifelong pursuit. Being an array king is something that happened a long time ago. I can set up level 8 immortal arrays now. Level 8 immortal arrays. Wan Hailu and the others were in disbelief. No one in the South Flat Continent had ever thought of immortal arrays. Even though there were some immortal arrays or even level 9 arrays in the large continents, they were passed down from ancient times. Given the current standards of cultivators, setting up immortal arrays was simply a pipe dream. Chapter 2146. You're lying. With your age, there's no way you can become an immortal of arrays. Wan Hailu roared like a madman. Qin Fan didn't bother to explain anymore. It didn't matter whether these people believed his identity as an immortal of arrays or not. Rumble. He slashed down with his blade. A dazzling purple light appeared in the sky. The weather seemed to turn into a beautiful purple sunset. However, the expressions of the spectating demon cultivators on the first island changed drastically. They had seen the power of this purple sunset. Grand Elder Vashizan had died in it. Rumble. There was a deafening sound like thunder. Sun Chi's attack landed in the formation. The trapped Lassiter and the others struggled with all their might, but they couldn't break free. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as they were killed by the Blade Chi. Killing 6 cauldron-filling realm powerhouses with one slash shocked everyone. Even Wan Hailu found it unbelievable. He even had the thought of escaping. But before he could do anything, Qin Fen slashed down a second time. A purple Blade Chi hurricane surged over. It was like a huge purple dragon rampaging. Wherever it went, there was the sound of wind breaking. Some careless cultivators were sucked in and instantly exploded into pieces. Wan Hailu was also destroyed. He wanted to use the teleportation formation to leave, but the formation was instantly changed by Qin Fen and lost its original function. Demon cultivators of Nanming Temple, leave quickly. Otherwise, you'll end up like your great protectors Lassiter and the others. Qin Fen hovered in the air with his blade. His divine sense transmitted into the minds of every demon cultivator, causing them to feel a sharp pain in their minds. The intense battles on the 3 islands stopped one after another. The demonic cultivators of the Nanming Palace looked toward the sky in unison, their faces filled with fear. A moment later, under the lead of a demon cultivator leader, hundreds of thousands of demon cultivators retreated from the 3 northern islands. They left. The people of Nanming Temple and Wan Hailu really left. Who is that almighty senior? Why did he help us? I think that human senior is a friend of His 8th Highness. His 8th Highness even brought this senior to the 3 northern islands before. In the past, we always complained that the 8th Prince had dealings with human cultivators, and even rejected him as an alien. But we never expected that when the Spirit Serpent branch of the 3 North Ring Islands suffered a devastating blow, it was the 8th Prince's human friend who saved everyone's lives. The cultivators on the 3 islands discussed the issue. It was then that the Yao cultivator who followed Qin Fen flew over. Senior Qin, Junior's name is Ham. Qin Feng nodded. The 3 northern islands are safe for now. However, Nanming Palace and Myriad Sea Tower probably won't let this go. However, these are all unimportant matters. I'm going to look for Qilongxing now. You can decide whether to stay or leave. Ham followed Qin Feng without even thinking. Senior. I want to go with you to find 8th Highness, and then we'll kill our way to Nanming Palace Hall to take revenge. Qin Fen didn't plan on taking the initiative to find trouble with Nanming Palace. After all, he still had important matters to attend to and didn't have time to waste on Grey Island. However, he did not say this out loud. Everything would have to wait until he found Qilongxing before making a decision. Back then, Qin Fen had set up formations on the 3 sky bridges of the 3 northern ring islands. He had just checked those 3 sky bridges and found that the transportation formations had all been activated. It must have been Qilongxing who had activated them. 1 hour later, Qin Fen brought Ham to a sea area on the periphery of Grey Island. There were countless small islands here, and they were the exits of the transportation formations. Senior Qin, this is the sea area of High Sea City. Ham's expression became serious as he reminded Qin Fen in a low voice. Qin Fen knew about High Sea City. This was the public sea area. The 3 great Yao cultivator clans on Grey Island could enter. High Sea City is the public sea area. What are you worried about? Qin Fen could see Ham's nervousness. Ham immediately said, Senior Qin, you might not know this, but the death whirlpools often appear in the sea area outside High Sea City. Even cauldron-filling realm experts have fallen in them. Qin Fen thought of the death whirlpools. He had encountered those huge waves in the sea area of High Sea City. At that time, East Dragon Palace's Uduo and Yuhailong were also chased by the waves. They only survived after Qinfen pulled them into the flying cloud all. However, with Qinfen's current cultivation, he didn't care about the death whirlpools at all. Just as he was thinking about this, waves appeared on the surface of the sea. It was as if a huge beast was about to surge out from the bottom of the sea. Not good. Why did it come so suddenly? Ham's expression changed drastically. Qinfen was also speechless. Even if he wasn't afraid of the death whirlpools, the appearance of these waves was too coincidental. When the waves surged higher and higher, Qinfen had a strange feeling in his heart. It seems to be my spirit beast, Qinfen muttered to himself. Little Pig suddenly screamed, "Holy shit! It's the black tortoise." Qinfen felt that this name was familiar yet strange. When some memories came to his mind, his emotions surged even more violently than the waves under his feet. When he was still on Earth, Qinfen used the system to fuse with 4 spirit beasts. One of them, the black tortoise, had always been free-range. He didn't expect it to appear in the sea area of High Sea City. "Master. I'm afraid the black tortoise entered the Divine Continent first. Because of the Divine Continent's merger, it came to the Divine Supreme Continent. It seems like it has become the overlord of the sea area of High Sea City," Little Pig analyzed. Qinfen felt the same way. He suddenly remembered the death whirlpool he encountered when he came to High Sea City. It turned out that the black tortoise had sensed his presence and wanted to recognize him as its master. In the end, it scared him away. After learning that the death whirlpool in High Sea City was caused by the black tortoise swimming, Qinfen couldn't help but look forward to it. He guessed that the black tortoise was at least the size of an island. Otherwise, it wouldn't have created such a spectacular scene. "Senior Qin. It's really the death whirlpool. Let's run." Ham was terrified. However, not only did Qinfen not run, he jumped into the center of the whirlpool. A piece of land gradually emerged from the whirlpool. The land grew larger and larger until it looked like an island emerging from the bottom of the sea. "What's that? It doesn't look like the death whirlpool." Cultivators from the nearby islands and passers-by were attracted to it. "Ha! There's a cultivator in the center of the death whirlpool. This cultivator is too bold. Humph. Every year, many cultivators die because they act tough. This person dares to treat the death whirlpool like a game. I think he's dead for sure. That's not an island emerging. It looks like a giant beast from the bottom of the sea." The crowd exclaimed. More and more people realized what was happening. Qinfen was standing on the black tortoise's shell. He realized that the black tortoise's shell was very similar to the grade 9 spirit tortoise's shell. Could the black tortoise be a grade 9 spirit beast? Roar! A low roar came from the bottom of the sea. It sounded like the whistle of a cruise ship. The surface of the sea tumbled and the waves rose high into the sky. It seemed like the entire sea was going to overturn and flow backwards. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 2147. The black turtle floated out of the water. It was as big as an island. Its appearance hadn't changed much. It was still the combination of a turtle and a many-banded kite. However, whether it was the turtle or the many-banded kite, their bodies were dozens of times larger. Roar, roar, roar. The black turtle roared excitedly, and the kite opened its bloody mouth at Qinfen. Little Pig translated in real time, "Master. The black turtle said it missed you so much. It wants to bite you." Qinfen's face immediately turned green. The many-banded Krite's entire body was red like a burning flame. If he was bitten by it, he would definitely be poisoned to death. Oh my god. It's really a sea beast. This sea beast must be a rank 9 spirit beast, right? So the death whirlpool in High Seas City was caused by this sea beast. What an unexpected fact. I told you that pretentious cultivator would die sooner or later. The sea beast is going to swallow him. In the center of the sea. The Krite opened its bloody mouth at Chin Feng. At first glance, people really thought that the black turtle was going to swallow Chin Feng. However, as time passed, many cultivators realized something was wrong. Something's wrong. That sea beast doesn't look like it's going to swallow that cultivator. It's clearly very excited. That's someone's pet. Pet? That's impossible, right? Everyone's mouths twitched. Raising a rank 9 spirit beast as a pet. How capable was this person? At this moment, dozens of figures flew out from the crowd and landed on the black turtle's back. The black turtle was enraged. The Krite tried to attack but was stopped by Chin Feng. Be good, Krite. These are Master's friends. The Krite stopped attacking. It opened its bloody mouth and roared to greet the people. However, the people who came were panicked. They obviously couldn't accept this greeting method. The people who came were Qi Longxing and his tribesmen. These people all had the noblest bloodline of the Spirit Snake clan. Otherwise, Qi Longxing wouldn't have only taken these people with him. Brother Qin, it's really you. Qi Longxing was emotional. At this moment, Ham jumped onto the black turtle's back. Seeing that Qi Longxing and the others were still alive, he cried tears of joy. Your Highness. It's great to see you again. Qi Longxing had always been concerned about the situation of the 3 northern ring islands, but unfortunately, he was not strong enough and did not dare to go back to help. If things went wrong, the entire spirit serpent branch might be destroyed. Ham, you escaped from the 3 northern ring islands. How are things over there? Are there any of our tribesmen still alive? Qi Long asked anxiously. Ham quickly said, Don't worry, 8th Highness. Fortunately, Senior Qin arrived in time. He killed the 6 protectors of Nanming Palace and the sect leader of Myriad Array sect. Now, the demon cultivators of Nanming Palace and the human cultivators of Myriad Array sect have all retreated from the 3 islands of North Ring. Qi Longxing and the others stared at Chin Feng in disbelief. This was especially so for Qi Longxing. He had a good relationship with Qin Feng. Back then, Qin Feng was still at the Empty God realm when he hid in the 3 northern ring islands after being chased by Vashian. It had only been a year, and Qin Feng had actually killed the 6 great protectors of Nanming Temple. Brother Qin. Are you here to help the 3 northern islands? How do you know that the spirit serpent lineage is in trouble? What realm are you at now? Qi Longxing became a curious baby. Qin Feng said, I was just passing by and thought of Brother Qi. I was planning to visit Brother Qi at the 3 northern ring islands, but there was a fierce battle, so I lent a hand. As for my current realm, I'm not too sure myself. In the end, Qin Feng chose to hide his strength. It wasn't that he didn't trust Qi Longxing, but that his cultivation had increased too quickly. He was afraid that he would scare Qi Longxing if he told others. Qi Longxing didn't dwell on the issue of his realm. He immediately cupped his hands and bowed. I really have to thank Brother Qin this time. Not only did you chase away the demon cultivators of Nanming Palace, I also used the heavenly bridge formation that Brother Qin set up to help my tribesmen escape. Otherwise, Nanming Palace's attack this time would have definitely killed me and all the main tribesmen of the Spirit Snake clan. Qin Feng waved his hand. These things were nothing to him. By the way, 8th Highness. This time, it wasn't just Nanming Palace and myriad array sect who joined forces. Ba Zhili also betrayed us. He brought a group of tribesmen and worked with the enemy. It was Ba Zhili who killed the Black Snake King, Ham suddenly shouted with righteous indignation. Only now did Qi Longxing and the others know about this. Their eyes were instantly filled with fury. It was actually that bastard in Ba Zhi. I knew that with father's cultivation, he would be able to escape even if he couldn't win. How could he die? I will definitely kill this kind of traitorous bastard with my own hands to avenge father and the tribesmen who died in this battle. Qi Longxing clenched his fists tightly. The flames in his eyes danced incessantly. Qin Fen patted his shoulder and said, "Brother Qi. The dead can't come back to life. Don't be too sad. As for that bastard in Ba Zhi, I've already killed him." Qi Longxing cupped his fists again. "Brother Qin. I won't be able to repay your great kindness in this lifetime." Qin Fen smiled. "It's fine. Then live well. There's still a long way to go. Repay me slowly." Qi Longxing understood what Qin Fen meant. However, he revealed an extremely resolute expression and said, "Brother Qin, I will definitely take revenge this time. Even if I die on the battlefield, I won't hesitate." Qin Fen let out a long sigh. He had originally wanted to persuade Qi Longxing to hide his identity and return to take revenge after he had cultivated diligently. However, when he saw the look in Qi Longxing's eyes, Qin Fen swallowed his words. "Forget it. Since I've encountered this, I can't just sit by and do nothing. Let's kill our way to Nanming Temple and kill the White Flood Dragon King." Qin Fen's words shocked everyone. The White Flood Dragon King was one of the leaders of the three kings in the Green Island region. It was rumored that he had already stepped into the disaster transformation realm. He was definitely one of the top cultivators in the South Flat continent. Who would dare to say that they would kill the White Flood Dragon King? However, when everyone regained their senses, no one dared to laugh at Qin Fen. He had even killed the 6 guardians of Nanming Temple and was stepping on a pet that was suspected to be a level 9 spirit beast. How could he be ordinary? Even Qi Longxing couldn't see through Qin Fen. Over a year ago, their cultivation levels weren't that far apart. Now, Qi Longxing even felt that Qin Fen was extremely unfamiliar. Back then, he had been chased by Nanming Temple and had no choice but to hide in the 3 northern islands. Now that Qin Fen had returned, he wanted to kill the palace master of Nanming Temple, the White Flood Dragon King. "Brother Qin. The White Flood Dragon King has already stepped into the late stage of the disaster transformation realm. Do you have a way to defeat him?" Qi Longxing reminded him. He was afraid that Qin Fen wouldn't even know the White Flood Dragon King's strength. However, Qin Fen's expression didn't change. "Don't worry. I won't need 15 minutes to kill the White Flood Dragon King." The crowd had complicated expressions. Some people started to suspect that Qin Fen was being too arrogant. However, since Qin Fen had helped the Spirit Snake clan, they couldn't say anything. Qin Fen could tell what those people were thinking, but he couldn't be bothered to explain. The reason why he went to Nanming Temple was because of Qi Longxing. Otherwise, he would have directly rushed to the East Field continent on the Black Tortoise. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 2148. In the main dragon palace of Nanming Palace. A young protector ran in anxiously. "I have something to report to Lord White Flood Dragon King." The protector shouted towards the empty hall. A moment later, a strong wind blew in the hall. When the wind subsided, a black figure stood on the throne in the hall. "Don't you know that I am in seclusion? How dare you disturb me?" A cold voice came from the black figure. A chill floated in the grand and noble hall. The young protector couldn't help but shiver, feeling that death was within reach. Reporting to Lord White Flood Dragon King. Something big happened in Nanming Palace. The young protector said immediately. What happened? The 6 protectors of Nanming Palace died in the 3 northern islands not long ago. The sect leader of Myriad Array sect was also killed. A majestic true essence surged from the black figure on the throne and instantly enveloped the hall. The young protector felt like he was pressed down by a 5-fingered mountain. His legs bent and he knelt on the ground. Is what you said true? White Flood Dragon King growled. The young protector shivered in fear. Lord White Flood Dragon King. Everything I said is true. How would I dare to lie to you? Rizzet's 6 protectors are all at Ekayana Tripod Realm. They are considered top experts in South Flat Continent. Who could kill them one after another? White Flood Dragon King couldn't understand. The young protector said immediately, it's a human cultivator. He seems to be a friend of Black Snake King's 8th son. He was the one who showed his prowess and killed the 6 protectors and the sect leader of Myriad Array sect. He also chased our forces out of the 3 northern islands. And like human, how dare you ruin my plans? Where is that brat now? This old man will personally crush him into pieces. The White Flood Dragon King was infuriated, but before the young protector could speak, a figure silently landed in the hall. I'm the person you are looking for. The person wore a white robe and stood straight. His expression was indifferent, as if he couldn't feel the violent true essence surging from White Flood Dragon King. Only then did the little protector realize that an enemy had broken into the hall. Just as he was about to make a move, he felt a sharp pain in his spiritual sea and fainted on the spot. The White Flood Dragon King immediately understood that Qin Fen had used a divine sense attack. A look of shock flashed across his eyes as he coldly said, "You're the one who ruined this king's plans." Qin Fen said indifferently, "My good friends are on the 3 northern islands. You can choose to give up on attacking the 3 northern islands and live in harmony from now on. You can also insist on attacking and be killed by me in the end." The White Flood Dragon King was infuriated. He really couldn't understand where this junior in front of him got the confidence to be so impudent. Was it amazing to be able to kill the 6 protectors of Nanming Palace? If that was the case, then this guy's vision was too low. You look familiar. Where have we met before? The White Wyrm King's eyes flashed with a hint of reminiscence. Qin Fen reminded him, a little over a year ago, when I first arrived at Green Island, I killed your 3rd son. Then, I killed your eldest son, Jest, in the Sword Realm. So it's you. I didn't look for trouble with you, yet you still dared to come to me. Today, I will settle the old and new debts together. After discovering Qin Fen's identity, the White Flood Dragon King was furious. He roared and slapped Qin Fen. The surging vital essence giant hand was sliced apart by the purple beam. Qin Fen was now at the 7th stage disaster transformation realm. He could even kill early-stage true form cultivators instantly, let alone a late-stage disaster transformation realm demon cultivator. When the purple beam split open the White Flood Dragon King's body, the latter was stunned. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but a loud explosion had already occurred. His body and demonic infant were instantly destroyed. The battle seemed to have ended before it had even started. No one would believe that the White Flood Dragon King, the palace master of Nanming Palace, one of the 3 major demon cultivator factions on Green Island, would die instantly in his own palace. When the aftermath of the explosion completely subsided, Qi Longxing and the others arrived outside the palace. They were surrounded by a group of Nanming Palace demon cultivators, and an intense battle ensued. Qin Fen leaped into the sky and sent a voice transmission with his divine sense. The Nanming Palace Master, White Flood Dragon King, is dead. The Nanming Palace territory belongs to the 3 northern islands from now on. If anyone is dissatisfied, you can challenge me at any time. The people who were fighting immediately stopped. Both the Nanming Palace demon cultivators and Qi Longxing and the others were shocked. Qin Fen had only been in Nanming Palace for a short while, but he had already killed the White Flood Dragon King. A moment later, the Nanming Palace demon cultivators investigated the situation and found that the palace master, White Flood Dragon King, had really died tragically in his dragon palace. Oh no! Lord White Flood Dragon King is dead. Nanming Palace is about to be destroyed. That human cultivator killed the 6 guardians and forced us out of the 3 northern islands. I didn't expect him to even kill Lord White Flood Dragon King. Who exactly is he? Regardless of whether they could accept the truth or not, the outcome could not be changed. Many Nanming Palace cultivators had already fled. The demon cultivators who chose to stay were mentally prepared to submit to the 3 northern islands from now on. Qi Longxing came to his senses after a long time. On the way here, he had thought of many possibilities. Most of them thought that this would be a fierce battle that would last for 7 days and 7 nights. However, reality always surprised him. He didn't even have time to look at the battle scene before Qin Fen killed the White Flood Dragon King. The few of them arrived at the main dragon palace of Nanming Palace. Although the White Flood Dragon King was dead, and his physical body and demonic infant had exploded and disappeared, there was still some of his aura left in the palace. However, the aura was slowly disappearing, like a life that couldn't be recovered. Brother Qin. You really killed the White Flood Dragon King. How did you do it? Qi Longxing asked the question that he had been suppressing for a long time. Instantly, dozens of pairs of eyes landed on Qin Fen. This wasn't just Qi Longxing's question. It was a question that everyone else couldn't understand. Brother Qi, I won't hide it from you. Actually, I've already reached the late-stage disaster transformation stage and killed a few true form cultivators. That White Flood Dragon King is nothing to me, Qin Fen said calmly. Everyone was stunned. Qi Longxing immediately called out, Brother Qin. You were only at the Void Spirit Realm a year ago. Now, you're already at the disaster transformation stage. Qi Longxing didn't need Qin Fen to answer. He knew that this was the truth. Otherwise, how could Qin Fen have killed the White Flood Dragon King? After he calmed down, Qi Longxing suddenly thought of something and said excitedly, Brother Qin, you can even kill true form cultivators? I can kill ordinary true form cultivators, but high-level true form cultivators might be difficult, Qin Fen said honestly. Brother Qin, there's actually a divine dragon mountain in the Green Island. Rumor has it that the divine dragon bloodline is hidden there. Many beast cultivators went there to explore, wanting to take away the divine dragon bloodline. Unfortunately, none of them succeeded. There was even a disaster transformation realm cultivator who died there. If Brother Qin can kill true form divine supremacies, perhaps you can go to the Divine Dragon Mountain to take a look. If you can really obtain the Divine Dragon bloodline, it will be of great help to Brother Qin. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 2149. After Qin Fen learned about the Divine Dragon bloodline from Qi Longxing, he set off for the Divine Dragon Mountain. The others didn't follow because the Divine Dragon Mountain was full of danger. Every year, many demonic cultivators died there. There was even a disaster transformation state cultivator who died in the mountain. With Qi Longxing's and the others' cultivation, they would only be a burden to Qin Fen. The Divine Dragon Mountain was located at the border of Tsang Island. It covered a vast area. Looking down from the sky, the mountain looked like a spiraling dragon. When Qin Fan entered the Divine Dragon Mountain, he found that there was a flight restriction formation. He had to put away his flying sword and walk instead. Lush spiritual herbs grew all over the mountain. There were also some spiritual roots and spiritual trees that emitted an ancient aura. As Qin Feng traversed through the mountain ridges, he encountered many wild beasts along the way. However, those spiritual beasts seemed to have sensed Qin Feng's powerful aura and did not attack him. After walking for 3 days and 3 nights, Qin Feng arrived at the foot of a towering mountain peak. This mountain peak was like a long dragon that was about to soar into the sky, and it made people feel incomparably small. This is the Divine Dragon Mountain. Qin Feng was excited. The mountain in front of him was exactly the same as the Divine Dragon Mountain Qi Longxing described. The cave was hidden behind the mountain. The entrance was small and inconspicuous. When he walked into the cave, a dense spiritual energy floated over, causing the true yuan in Qin Feng's body to automatically circulate. The process of finding Mount Divine Dragon was very smooth, but Qin Feng did not dare to relax in the slightest. He had heard from Qi Longxing that this place was fraught with danger, and that countless Yao cultivators had fallen here. How could it be as simple as it seemed? Just as Qin Feng was thinking, an angry roar came from the depths of the cave. The roar clearly came from a beast, and it was accompanied by a violent collision of air currents. Qin Feng immediately raised his guard. He guessed that it was the beast that guarded the Divine Dragon bloodline. However, since he had found the Divine Dragon Mountain, he wouldn't retreat so easily. Qin Feng continued to walk deeper into the cave. The further he went, the more agitated the roar of the beast became. Suddenly, a huge black shadow appeared. Its body almost filled the entire cave. Qin Feng felt the ground under his feet shake. Huge rocks rolled down from above. Where did this evil creature come from? If you want to live, leave this place quickly. After Qin Feng came to his senses, he didn't retreat and counterattacked. With a wave of his hand, a ray of purple light shot out and struck the giant beast. Explosions raged. The giant beast's skin was extremely hard. Tsang Qi's saber qi only left a shallow mark on its skin. It didn't even cut through its flesh. With one slash, the wild beasts in the cave were completely enraged. The giant beast sped up its pace, like a giant tank rampaging through the cave, causing the entire Divine Dragon Mountain to shake violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. Qin Feng finally saw the appearance of the enormous beast clearly. It had 2 muscular legs that stood upright on the ground. Its body was raised, and there was a pair of sharp claws in front of its chest. It was very similar to the ancient dinosaur fossil on the ball. Is this a real dragon? Qin Feng was shocked, but now was not the time to think about this. The gigantic beast had already rushed in front of him and slashed out with its claws. Qin Feng dodged in time, and the attack slammed into the cave wall, causing a loud sound. The cave wall cracked, and a hole was blasted open. This must be a level 9 wild beast. Its strength is so terrifying. Qin Feng's previous slash didn't split the wall, but the giant beast in front of him directly smashed the wall. It was clear that it was extremely powerful. Qin Feng immediately dismissed the idea of fighting this beast head-on. He activated his divine sense, and a strong magnetic field rippled, instantly forming a domain in the cave. After the domain was formed, the giant beast's attack slowed down. Finally, it stood still, like a puppet whose soul had been extracted. However, Qin Feng could feel that the giant beast's divine sense was struggling and resisting. Its reaction was very intense, as if it was going to break through the domain. Time is of the essence. I have to find the Divine Dragon bloodline and leave this place as soon as possible. Qin Feng used the domain to temporarily trap the giant beast. He sprinted all the way to the end of the cave. At the end was a large cave abode. It was built like an underwater dragon palace. Countless spirit crystals hung upside down on the wall, emitting a colorful flowing light. Qin Feng didn't care about these spirit crystals. His gaze was attracted by a round table in the middle of the cave abode. The round table was made of an unknown material. It was extremely smooth, and it emitted a blood-red glow. Above the round table, a giant red stone floated. The stone seemed to be flowing with fresh blood, and it had a strong aura of life. "How dare you, ant! How dare you trespass into my palace? Anyone who enters will die." A voice came from the giant stone floating in the air. Then, a strong divine sense attack struck Qin Feng's divine sense C. Everything happened so suddenly that an ordinary cultivator's divine sense C would have exploded. However, Qin Feng's divine sense was extremely strong. He attacked immediately and destroyed the divine sense in his divine sense C. You actually managed to block my divine will attack. How is this possible? A voice came from the giant red stone again. Qin Feng had already figured out the other party's situation. There was an expert's divine thoughts stored in the stone which could only be possessed by those who had stepped into the true God realm. It was obvious that the owner of the divine thoughts was already a true God realm ultimate God. Even though Qin Feng had stepped into the late-stage disaster transformation realm and could kill a true form realm expert in seconds, he wouldn't be able to fight back if he encountered a true God mighty. Fortunately, the giant stone in front of him only contained a trace of the true God expert's divine sense. This divine sense had probably existed for hundreds of years, so its power was not as strong as before. "You are the guardian of the true God bloodline." Qin Feng relaxed when he realized that the divine sense in front of him couldn't do anything to him. The divine sense said angrily, "You ant, don't talk nonsense. I am the descendant of the divine dragon clan. I have the supreme divine dragon bloodline. I can rule the entire demon clan on the divine continent." Qin Feng was startled. This red stone was the crystallization of the divine dragon bloodline. The owner of the divine sense had probably died and hid a trace of divine sense in his bloodline before he died. "So you are the descendant of the divine dragon bloodline. You want to be reborn with a trace of divine sense?" "That's impossible," said Qin Feng. The divine sense had obvious emotional fluctuations. It shouted angrily, "You ant, what do you know? I can be reborn immediately if I integrate my divine sense into my bloodline." Qin Feng sneered. "Ha! If it was as simple as you said, you would have been reborn long ago. Why would you be trapped here for hundreds of years without seeing the light of day? Your nascent soul is gone. You can't be reborn with just a trace of divine sense. Unless you use some heaven-defying level 9 spirit herbs when you just died, you might have a chance to be reborn with divine sense. However, hundreds of years have passed, so the possibility is zero." Qin Feng was merciless with his words. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 2150. Ant Jr. I don't need you to worry about me. You better scram now or I'll make sure you won't be able to return." The divine sense in the stone said angrily. Qin Feng had no intention of retreating. His expression was calm. "If you really could kill me, you would have done it long ago. Why would you waste your breath here?" The divine sense was so angry that Qin Feng interrupted him. "You can't be reborn now and can only be trapped in this dark cave. I have a good way to give you a new life." "What way?" the divine sense asked after hesitating for a moment. "I'll take your bloodline and store it in a weapon together with your divine sense. That way, you can leave." "Ant Jr. How dare you have designs on my divine dragon bloodline? Don't even think about succeeding." I'll protect my bloodline even if I die. The divine sense's mood fluctuated greatly. Qin Fen said indifferently. What if I store you in an immortal artifact? Immortal artifact. The divine sense in the stone was silent. Let me see your immortal artifact first. Qin Fen said. I haven't forged it yet. I'm missing a supporting material. Your divine dragon bloodline is just right. Ayaya. How dare you tease me? If it wasn't for my divine sense existing for so long, you wouldn't have the right to talk to me. Qin Fen didn't care about the divine sense's anger. He waved his hand and took out many refining materials from his storage ring. The immortal artifact he mentioned was the fourth weapon in the system's out-of-print interface, Heaven's Rainbow. Heaven's Rainbow was an immortal artifact. The materials needed to forge it were very precious. However, Qin Fen had collected most of them over the years. He was just missing a supporting material. Broken Moon Stone, Immortal Flower Stone, Radiant Stone, Star Sand, Dark Cloud Wood. When a pile of precious crafting materials was placed in front of him, the angry divine sense quickly calmed down. You really want to forge an immortal artifact? You're an immortal master. Qin Fen of course wasn't an immortal master. His refining level was still at the low-grade True Tool Grandmaster level. However, Heaven's Rainbow was something the system wanted to forge. As long as he collected all the materials, he could throw them into the system to forge. You don't have to worry about the artifact forging. If you agree to my suggestion, I will start forging the immortal artifact right now, Qin Fen said indifferently. Although the divine sense did not have any physical manifestation, its emotions could be transmitted. Qin Fen could feel the shock in his divine sense. After all, there were no immortal masters on the divine continent. If you dare trick me, I will use my spiritual will to destroy my bloodline. I will never let you get it. The spiritual will was tempted. Qin Fen didn't waste any more words. He quickly formed hand seals and injected them into the materials. Although he could throw the materials into the system to forge Heaven's Rainbow, this was a great opportunity for him to improve his forging skills. Qin Fen decided to complete the forging process himself. At the same time, this would increase the divine sense's trust in him. The forging of an immortal artifact was not an easy task. After Qin Fen had been performing hand seals for 3 days, the colossal beast guarding outside the cave had finally broken free from the domain. However, the colossal beast did not attack Qin Fen again. It must have received the order from the divine sense. On the 5th day, Qin Fen completed the initial forging process. The refinement and fusion that followed were beyond his forging skills. He threw the materials he had carved into the system's cauldron of heaven and earth. Then, he looked at the red boulder in the middle of the cave and said, I am going to fuse the bloodline into the immortal artifact now. The divine sense fluctuated, and the hovering boulder slowly flew to Qin Fen's side. You better not play any tricks. Otherwise, I will perish together with the bloodline. Qin Fen grabbed the divine dragon bloodline in his hand and immediately felt the existence of a powerful divine sense in the bloodline. He quickly understood that this divine sense was that divine sense, and now the divine sense had already fused with the bloodline. As long as you don't interfere with my forging, I will give you a new life. Qin Fen promised. Then, he threw the divine dragon bloodline into the system's cauldron of heaven and earth. The divine sense immediately realized something was wrong. Ha! What is this place? Is this not the divine dragon mountain? Qin Fen was surprised. He didn't expect that the remnant divine sense could still sense the existence of the system. However, Qin Fen wasn't worried. After all, it was just a divine sense. He could destroy it at any time. You better not struggle. I want to forge the immortal artifact in the small world. Otherwise, with the spiritual chi in the divine Dragon Mountain, there is no way to forge the immortal artifact. Qin Fen found an excuse. The divine sense stopped fluctuating. It said in a serious tone, "You actually have a small world. Who are you exactly? What sect are you from? I have no right to tell you these things. I am going to forge in seclusion. You better not disturb me. Otherwise, if you are not careful, your divine sense will be destroyed instantly." Qin Fen made the matter sound very serious. As expected, the divine sense shut up. Qin Fen didn't need to worry about the forging. He just used his divine sense to observe the situation of the cauldron of heaven and earth to prevent any accidents. 7 days later, there was a loud sound in the cauldron of heaven and earth. When the furnace opened, a rainbow light shot into the sky. The chaotic phenomena in the system changed. It was like a spectacular scene of the opening of heaven and earth. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Fen, for completing the quest to forge the immortal artifact Heaven Rainbow. The system rewards host Qin Fen 10 million hedonist points, a bottle of truth realization pills, and a 9-colored flower. Host Qin Fen's total hedonist points, 10329 million hedonist points. The system's notification sounded. An exquisite jade bottle and a plant with 9 flowers in full bloom fell into Qin Fen's hands. Ha! The immortal artifact has appeared. I feel like I'm in a sword. An old voice sounded. Qin Fen put away the quest reward. When he activated his divine sense, a rainbow light descended from the sky and landed under Qin Fen's feet. It was a fiery red longsword. The sword was not made of solid material. It looked like it was made of flowing blood. When Qin Fen grabbed the heaven rainbow, he immediately activated his chi and slashed with the sword. The rainbow light shot into the sky. The clouds were split open. It was as if the sky had been split in half. The divine dragon mountain that towered into the clouds collapsed. The true dragon beast was dumbfounded and howled in pain. The immortal artifact has appeared. It is named Heaven Rainbow. Qin Fen's eyes were filled with surprise. The place he could see had been razed to the ground by the sword. The divine sense was also shocked. It muttered to itself, "Is this the power of an immortal artifact? It's comparable to my cultivation when I was at my peak." Qin Fen didn't know who the owner of the divine sense was. However, if the owner of the divine sense was comparable to the Heaven Rainbow sword at his peak, he must have been a world-shaking figure. "Senior, I've done what I promised. I hope you can stay in the Heaven Rainbow sword in peace. Perhaps one day, you'll become one with the sword and truly be reborn," Qin Fen said. "First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, Booksellers Mobile." Chapter 2151. Including the sky rainbow, Qin Fen now had 2 immortal weapons. The ruler was also an immortal weapon to Qin Fen, but it hadn't been refined into an immortal weapon yet. During the process of forging the sky rainbow, Qin Fen had many new understandings of smithing. When he took out the ruler again to refine it, he found that his smithing skills had reached the level of a high-grade cultivation tool master. Qin Fen used the rest of the smithing materials to refine the ruler. 10 days later, the ruler had become a high-grade cultivation tool treasure sword. Then, he remembered the reward for forging the sky rainbow. With a thought, the exquisite jade bottle and the 9-flower spiritual plant appeared by his feet. Qin Fen opened the jade bottle and a rich pill fragrance wafted out. There were 6 golden pills in the bottle. Each pill was the size of a ping-pong ball. There were 9 clear lines on the pills. They were 6 level 9 level 7 imperial pills. "Master, this is a bottle of truth realization pills to help cultivators break through to the true form realm. Little Pig's voice came. Qin Fen had been using immortal stones to break through recently and hadn't encountered any bottlenecks. However, it wasn't easy to break through to the true form realm. Most of the true form experts on the Divine Continent had used pills to break through. However, Qin Fen still kept the true realization pill. He had agreed to meet Nan Tingjue in Eastfield Continent's Spirit Breath City half a year later. Now, more than a month had passed since the agreed time. Including the journey to Eastfield Continent, which would take 2 months, Qin Fen did not have much time left. Qin Fen picked up the 9-color flower. According to the Encyclopedia of Medicinal Pills, this was a rare level 9 spiritual herb. It could be used to refine the 9-color pill. The 9-color pill was a miraculous pill used to cleanse the spirit root. It was very difficult for ordinary cultivators to awaken the spirit root. However, Qin Fen had a full spirit root. This 9-color flower didn't mean much to him. After calming himself down, Qin Fen continued his journey. This trip to Eastfield Continent was fraught with grim possibilities. However, he had to go. Not only did he have to complete the mission of the person undergoing the tribulation, but he also had to unveil the mysteries of the system. Ever since Qin Fen came to the Divine Continent, he had been searching for his mother. He had searched all 3 continents but hadn't found any news of his mother. He had a feeling that his mother was in Eastfield Continent. 2 months later, Qin Feng stepped into the Eastfield Continent. He originally intended to ride the Black Tortoise to the Eastfield Continent, but after thinking that the Black Tortoise was too eye-catching, it would cause a huge commotion in the sea region, and could easily attract trouble. Just as he landed in the Eastfield Continent, Qin Feng saw a row of heavily guarded city gates. Every cultivator entering the city had to go through an inspection before they could enter. Qin Feng didn't know if the security in the Eastfield Continent had always been so tight or if something had happened recently. Soon, it was his turn to be inspected. One of the 2 guards held a portrait in his hand to compare. When he saw Qin Feng's appearance, the guard's expression changed drastically. "We found him. He's at checkpoint 1. The guard shouted, and over 100 guards immediately flew over from the other stations. Everyone surrounded Qin Feng. Some people even took out their weapons and looked like tigers eyeing their prey. What's going on? What crime did that man commit? Some time ago, the entrance to the Eastfield Continent wasn't so strict. Recently, there have been people taking shifts to guard the entrance. Something big must have happened. Don't be a busybody. As long as they didn't capture us, it's fine. We should leave this place as soon as possible." The crowd discussed among themselves. Qin Feng was confused by the sudden situation. He stared coldly at the guard who was inspecting him and shouted, "What is the meaning of this?" The guard didn't explain at all. He suddenly threw a few array flags into the air. When the array flags landed around Qin Feng, 4 light barriers appeared. It was actually a grade 7 trap array. When the trap array was formed, the rest of the guards made their moves. All of them were killing moves. Qin Feng's anger exploded. He slammed his palm towards the array eye of the grade 7 trap array. A loud sound rang through the sky. The seemingly indestructible array wall collapsed instantly. Even the guards that were flying over were sent flying. "You people want to kill me without saying anything. Do you really think I'm easy to bully?" Qin Feng roared in anger. Violent true essence surged out. Many cultivators couldn't breathe from the pressure. They were shocked. They didn't expect Qin Feng to have such a ferocious true essence aura at such a young age. "I advise you to surrender. If not, you will be killed on the spot," one of the guards shouted. Qin Feng still didn't understand why these guards wanted to capture him. But since they wanted to kill him, Qin Feng wouldn't show mercy. The blade slashed down. Even the celestial phenomena had changed. A purple mist appeared in the sky. The enchanting scene attracted the crowd. Not good. There's killing intent in the purple mist. Someone woke up. But by the time the guards realized that danger was approaching, it was already too late. An explosion shook the ground. The purple mist fell like a cloud. The fierce blade energy instantly shattered the guards. Even their nascent souls were destroyed. At this moment, tens of black figures flew over. Each of them had powerful true essence. They were a group of disaster transformation state experts. Although Qin Feng wasn't afraid of these cultivators, he still chose to fly away on his sword. After all, this was Eastfield Continent. If he started a massacre here, the consequences would be unimaginable. Where is he? When that group of cultivators landed, one of them, an old man in a white robe, glared angrily. One of the surviving guards walked out and said carefully, "Elder Tian he escaped." Escaped? What the hell are you bunch of trash doing? Hundreds of people couldn't catch one person. Tian he raged. The guard said with a wronged face, "Elder Tian he, that person is strong, at least disaster transformation state. Our full power attacks couldn't harm him at all. Instead, we lost tens of brothers." Tian he had nowhere to vent his anger. He said coldly, "What are you waiting for? Where did that ant run off to? Take me to catch him." Everyone flew away with shocking aura. The crowd at the entrance was in an uproar as they discussed what had just happened. Who is that Elder Tian he? He has such a big temper. Quiet, he's a small elder of Kobe sect. If he hears you talking behind his back, he'll kill you. After learning the identity of the group of people from Tianhe, the crowd revealed terrified expressions, and even lowered their voices by several decibels. It's actually a small elder of Kobe sect. I don't know what that young hero did to have enmity with Kobe sect. He probably won't be able to escape death. You guys still care about other people's life and death. Hurry up and enter the city. Maybe Kobe sect people will come back and cause trouble for whoever they don't like. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 2152. Qin Fen had already escaped from Tianhe's group, but he still couldn't figure out who those people were. Why were they looking for trouble with him? Although it was Qin Fen's first time in the Eastfield Continent, Nan Tinjue gave him a map of the continent before he left. Qin Fen walked and stopped along the way until he finally found the Immortal Herb Valley. After arriving at the Immortal Medicinal Valley, Qin Feng finally understood the reason why Nan Tinjue had him come here. Just by standing at the periphery of the continuous mountain range, there were bursts of dense spiritual energy surging out from the depths of the valley. Moreover, the spiritual energy in the Immortal Medicinal Valley was very special. It concealed a unique aura. Sounds of fighting came from not far away. A cultivator was covered in blood and was fleeing in Qin Fen's direction. Behind the injured cultivator were 4 people, all at the cauldron-filling realm. The 4 of them attacked with killing moves. They probably had some kind of grudge with the escaping cultivator. This kind of fighting could be seen everywhere in the Divine Supreme Continent, but Qin Fen had no intention of interfering. However, when the 4 of them flew past Qin Fen, one of them suddenly stopped. "Senior brother. This kid looks like a wanted criminal." The other 3 turned around. The strongest among them, a peak cauldron-filling realm cultivator, landed on his sword beside Qin Fen. After carefully examining him, he laughed excitedly. "Ha! It really is that wanted criminal. As long as we can catch him, we can claim the reward of 1 billion spirit stones." In the face of 1 billion spirit stones, normal cultivators couldn't resist the temptation. The 4 people who were chasing the injured cultivator all landed beside Qin Fun. What Qin Fun didn't expect was that the escaping cultivator had also returned. However, the 4 people were no longer interested in the injured cultivator and didn't even bother to look at him. Their eyes were fixed on Qin Fun like a pack of hungry wolves looking at delicious food. "It's really you. You're wanted by the entire continent," the injured cultivator said. Qin Fun was confused. It was his first time in the Eastfield continent and he had been on the road for the past few days. He did not cause any trouble, but these cultivators seemed to know him. "Young hero. I've implicated you this time. Hurry up and run, I can help you stall for an incense's time," the injured cultivator said. Qin Fun was surprised. It was rare to see someone like the cultivator in front of him on the divine continent. He could have taken the opportunity to escape, but he didn't hesitate to stay to make up for his mistake. "You can go by yourself. Don't worry about my safety," Qin Fong said to the cultivator. The man cupped his hands. "Young hero. These 4 people are the young elders of the Island of Ice, and all of them have reached the cauldron-filling realm. Judging from your age, you are no match for them. My name is Xing Fei, a disciple of the 7-Star Sect, 7-Star Spring. If young hero can escape alive, please go to the 7-Star Spring and report that I was killed by Elder Bingdao." This cultivator called Xing Fei had already made up his mind to die. Qin Fong was speechless. With his current cultivation, 4 cauldron-filling state cultivators were nothing to him. "Humph. Neither of you will be able to leave today. Junior brother Nie Shuang, you and Nie Xing will be responsible for killing Xing Fei. Senior brother and I will capture the fugitive." A white-robed old man took the initiative to attack. He grabbed at Qin Fun with his palm. A giant hand made of Jin Yuan appeared in the air. It descended from the sky like a dark cloud, and it shrouded Qin Fun's head. As the old man clenched his fist, the giant hand made of Jin Yuan also closed up. Qin Fun, who was in the middle of the hand, felt like the monkey's son Ryukong, who was about to be pinched by Buddha's 5-finger mountain. "Young hero, be careful." Xing Fei's heart was pounding. He wanted to help Qin Fun, but it was already too late by the time he realized the danger. A loud noise came from the hand, and Xing Fei's heart instantly fell to the bottom. He thought that Qin Fun had been pinched to death. But a moment later, the miserable shriek of the Island of Ice's elder resounded in the air. However, he only managed to utter a single sentence before a violent explosion occurred. "Junior brother Nie Zhong, are you alright?" Why can't I sense senior brother Nie Zhong's aura anymore? Not good. That guy killed Nie Zhong." The expressions of the remaining 3 Island of Ice's elders changed dramatically. They finally realized the danger Qin Fun was in. No wonder this guy had a bounty of 1 billion spirit stones. He was actually a revered martial artist with a high cultivation. The 3 Island of Ice's elders didn't dare to attack again. Nie Zhong's cultivation was about the same as theirs, and the fact that Qin Fun could kill Nie Zhong in an instant showed that his cultivation was far above theirs. "Young hero. You killed Nie Zhong." Xing Fei's face was also filled with disbelief. Qin Fun didn't answer. Instead, he used his actions to explain everything. It seemed like he had casually chopped down with his saber, but a bright purple light appeared in the sky. The few people's gazes were instantly attracted by the purple light, and they only came back to their senses when they sensed the surging saber energy hidden in the air. Rumble. A loud explosion sounded. By the time the 3 Island of Ice's elders realized the danger, it was already too late. They didn't even have the time to scream before their bodies and nascent souls exploded into pieces. The violent explosion lasted for the time it took for half an incense stick to burn. When the wind blew and the clouds dispersed, the scene in front of them returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Young hero. Which sect are you from? You actually have such a good cultivation. Jing Fei finally came back to his senses. Qin Fan didn't want to expose the fact that he was a cultivator from another continent, so he changed the topic and said, Brother Zheng, those 4 people said that I'm a wanted criminal, what's going on? Jing Fei was shocked. Young hero, don't you know? You're already wanted by the Kobe sect, and now all the entrances to the major markets are guarded by the Kobe sect's disciples, and the intensity of the search is unprecedented. Qin Fan immediately understood when he heard about the Kobe sect. It seemed that the news of him killing Tian Ming and the others in the South Flat Continent Sky Connection City had already spread. However, what surprised Qin Fan was that the Kobe sect actually knew that he was coming to the Eastfield continent. Otherwise, why would they arrest him in the Eastfield continent? Thank you for telling me, Brother Zheng. I really didn't know about this. I'm going to the Immortal Medicine Valley now, we'll meet again if fate allows it. After knowing that he was wanted by the Kobe sect and the entire continent, Qin Feng didn't dare to stay any longer. He planned to hide in the Immortal Medicine Valley and think of a way to meet up with Nan Tianjua in Spirit Breath City. Jing Fei still wanted to say something, but Qin Fan had already disappeared into the distance. Jing Fei looked at the Immortal Medicine Valley in the distance and muttered, what a pity. I didn't get to ask young hero where he came from, and I don't know how he offended the Kobe sect to be wanted by the entire continent. However, seeing that he could instantly kill a cauldron-filling state expert at such a young age, he's obviously not an ordinary person. When Qin Fan passed through the array door under a mountain, the scene in front of him changed, and he was already in the valley. The surrounding spiritual energy became denser, and the unique substance in the spiritual energy became more abundant. When Qin Fan breathed in the air in the valley, he felt the creation of heaven and earth art start to circulate on its own. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 2153. This is a magical place. Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. The density of the spirit qi in the valley was only comparable to that in the astral space. However, the spirit qi in the valley had a unique aura that Qin Feng felt was familiar with, immortal qi. This is the unique aura of the immortal stones. Qin Feng was shocked. However, he quickly doubted this conjecture. If the unique aura in the valley was really immortal qi, how many immortal stones would be needed to cover such a huge valley with immortal qi? Thinking about this, Qin Feng gave up on the idea of immortal stones. This was the cultivation continent and immortal stones were very rare. That conjecture wouldn't exist. Master, why don't you find the source of this aura? Perhaps the problem will be solved, Little Pig said. Qin Feng had the same plan, so he flew into the valley on his flying sword. There seemed to be no restrictions in the valley. Any cultivator could enter and leave. Qin Feng met many people along the way. They ranged from hollow spirit state to disaster transformation state. He even met a true form mighty figure. However, all the cultivators who came to the valley behaved themselves. Qin Feng didn't see any fights along the way. Later on, Qin Feng figured out the reason. There were only 2 types of cultivators who came to the valley. One type came to break through in seclusion while the other type came to pick spirit herbs and spirit plants. The Immortal Medicine Valley had boundless spirit qi and spirit plants grew everywhere. There wouldn't be any conflicts between cultivators over resources. Young hero, please wait. Just as Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief, an old voice came from behind him. He scanned with his spirit sense and his mood turned serious. It was the true form mighty figure he had met not long ago. This true form mighty figure was only at the mid-stage true form. With Qin Feng's current cultivation level, he was confident he could kill him if he used all his strength. However, this was the Eastfield continent. If Qin Feng really fought with the old man, it would definitely attract a crowd. Even if he had changed his appearance to Chao Feng, the resourceful Kobe sect might still be able to see through him. May I know what the matter is, Senior? Qin Feng stopped and looked confused. The true form old man smiled and said, Young hero. I am the pavilion master of Auspicious Cloud Pavilion, Yuzhen. I have something to discuss with you, young hero. If other cultivators were to hear Yuzhen's words, they would definitely be extremely shocked. That was because Auspicious Cloud Pavilion was one of the few 8-star sects in the Eastfield continent. However, Qin Feng did not know much about the powers in the Eastfield continent, so he maintained a calm expression. Senior, please speak your mind. Qin Feng didn't want to beat around the bush. This immortal medicinal valley has a secret area. I wonder if young hero is interested. Yuzhen said. Qin Feng didn't know that there was a mystic realm in the immortal herb valley. He also didn't hear Nan Tianjue mention it. However, Qin Feng immediately thought of the unique aura in the valley. Could it be related to the mystic realm? If Senior finds the secret realm, you can go there yourself. How can I help you? Qin Feng pretended to be uninterested. Yuzhen transmitted his voice using his divine sense. Young hero, you might not know this, but the entrance to the mystic realm is a level 9 grand array. It's hard for me to break the array by myself, so I want to find a few cultivators with slightly higher realms to help me break the array. Seeing that Qin Feng's expression didn't change, Yuzhen continued, Young hero, don't worry. If the formation door is really broken, I will split whatever treasures are in the secret realm with everyone. Actually, Qin Feng didn't need to team up with Yuzhen. With his level 8 formation immortal status, he could find the secret realm himself. However, Yuzhen had already found the secret realm. Unless the old man couldn't open the formation door, he would leave. Otherwise, Qin Feng wouldn't be able to enter the secret realm alone. Under normal circumstances, Qin Feng could wait for a few months or even a year. As long as the true form old man left, he could try to enter the secret realm. However, he didn't have much time left. If he wanted to enter the secret realm quickly, he could only team up with Yuzhen. After some analysis, Qin Feng nodded and agreed, okay. Then, I will follow you. The two left on their swords. 15 minutes later, Qin Feng was brought to a mountain deep in the valley. There were 4 people gathered here. When Qin Feng scanned with his spirit sense, they were disaster transformation state tertiary stage or peak stage powerful beings. Dao friends, today, I, Yuzhen, invite everyone to team up and enter the secret realm. It's said that this secret realm is filled with spirit chi and spirit herbs. If you can break the formation and enter, you can take all the treasures you see. The 4 people at the foot of the mountain were Yuzhen's helpers. Qin Feng realized that this old man had found all disaster transformation state cultivators. He probably wanted to be in control at all times. They introduced each other. Qin Feng didn't care about the 4's identity. Plus, he wasn't familiar with the factions of Eastfield State. Even if he heard their sect, he wouldn't know what it was like. Qin Feng's attention was focused on an open space at the foot of the mountain. There was a huge array hidden there, and it actually enveloped the entire mountain in front of him. This formation was probably the secret realm formation door Yuzhen was talking about. It wasn't something a truth realization state cultivator could break open. Yuzhen said, Dao friends, we have enough people. Right in front of us is the entrance to the secret area of the immortal medicinal valley. However, the entrance is hidden by a rank 9 great array. Everyone, don't worry. This rank 9 great array has existed for a long time. The aura of the array has already weakened. I believe that if all of you join hands and attack it, we will be able to break it. The crowd started discussing. Yuzhen Qianbei, we don't have anyone here who knows formation. Should we find a formation master? That way, the success rate will increase greatly. Level 9 formation is the top formation of Divine Supreme Continent. Even if it's been there for a long time, it's not easy to break. I have heard that a few almighty experts have entered the secret area of the Immortal Medicinal Valley before. However, none of them were able to leave. Should we reconsider? Knowing that there was a level 9 grand array blocking them, the few cultivators showed signs of retreating. Yuzhen quickly said, "Dao friends, listen to me. Do you know why none of the cultivators who entered the valley came out?" Someone said, "Isn't it because the secret realm of the Immortal Medicine Valley is filled with dangers everywhere, and those supreme experts all fell inside?" Yuzhen shook her head and said in a serious tone, "Of course it's not like that. Those powerful beings have entered another world." They were confused. Entered another world. Yuzhen Qianbei, what do you mean? Someone asked. The spiritual energy in the Divine Herb Valley's secret territory is so dense that it's the highest in the entire Divine Supreme Continent. Some almighty experts who were lucky enough to enter the Divine Herb Valley's secret territory were able to break through in seclusion amidst the abundant spiritual energy. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 2154. Everyone was shocked. The powerful cultivators who entered the Immortal Medicine Valley were fairies. Senior Yuzhen. Is what you said true? Someone showed a doubtful look. Yuzhen said seriously, "Why would I say such things? My senior brother, Yu Qi, entered the Immortal Medicine Valley and flew to the fairy realm." Besides Qin Fen, the other 4 cultivators had heard of Yu Qi's name. Yu Qi was rumored to be a powerful cultivator who had entered the true immortal realm. He was the previous pavilion master of the auspicious Cloud Pavilion, but he suddenly disappeared a few years ago, so his junior brother took over as the new pavilion master. 2 of the cultivators began believing Yuzhen's words. It was rare for someone to spout nonsense about a fellow disciple. Yuzhen continued, "If you don't believe me, you can break the array with me first, then enter the Immortal Medicine Valley to find out. If you really think that I lied to you, you can come out then." Since a true form realm senior had said this, the 4 disaster transformation realm juniors couldn't raise any doubts. Qin Fen didn't say anything. He was now interested in the secret realm of the Immortal Medicine Valley. Even if Yuzhen and the 4 disaster transformation realm cultivators decided to retreat, he had to go in and see what was going on. In the end, everyone reached a consensus. Yuzhen waved his palm in the air and pointed to a direction for everyone. "Fellow cultivators, according to my observations, this position has the weakest aura. It should be one of the array eyes of the hidden array. Everyone, attack it with all your might and see if you can break the array." Yuzhen shouted. The 4 disaster transformation realm cultivators immediately attacked. Qin Fen had already studied the hidden array in front of him and found the 8 array eyes of the array. Yuzhen was leading everyone to attack one of the array eyes. Qin Fen had found 2 of the 8 array eyes that were looser than the one Yuzhen had found, but he didn't say it out loud to avoid attracting everyone's attention. The biggest reason he didn't say the secret of the array eyes was because the level 9 array in front of them was very old. The aura of the array was weak and hard to detect. Even if they attacked the array eyes that Yuzhen had pointed out, they would still be able to break the array in the end. 3 days later. Under everyone's continuous attacks, the array finally broke. There was a loud explosion in the air, and the peak in front of them shook. "It's broken. The formation has been destroyed," someone shouted excitedly. Without saying a word, Yuzhen had already taken the lead and rushed into the floating array door. The rest of them regained their senses and immediately followed suit. When the scene reappeared before his eyes, the environment had changed drastically. The mountain range from before had turned into an empty plain. The plains were filled with spirit grasses and spirit plants. Level 3 and 4 spirit grasses were flourishing like weeds, while level 5 and level 6 spirit grasses were very common. One could even see some level 7 and level 8 spirit plants mixed among the thousands of flowers. Ha! I'm rich! We've struck it rich this time, a cultivator shouted excitedly. The other three were already squatting on the ground, gathering spiritual herbs. Yuzhen did not care about the spiritual herbs on the mountain. He looked into the distance and suddenly leapt on his sword. Qinfen spread out his divine sense and swept it in the direction where Yuzhen had disappeared. He immediately sensed that the spiritual qi in that area was very unusual. The unique aura was getting stronger and stronger. Where did Senior Yuzhen go? The disaster transformation stage cultivator who came with us is also gone. Who cares about them? Let's continue gathering spiritual herbs and then cultivate in this secret realm medicinal valley. I feel that the spiritual qi here is different. No wonder Senior Yu Qi could ascend to immortality here. Maybe we can too. The few of them had no intention of looking for Qinfen and Yuzhen. They continued to gather spiritual herbs. After the time it took for a joss stick to burn, Qinfen arrived at the foot of a huge mountain. The mountain seemed to have appeared out of thin air and suddenly blocked his way. Yuzhen was also standing at the foot of the mountain. He was attacking a formation at the foot of the mountain. It was another level 9 formation. The aura of this formation was even stronger than the one at the entrance of the secret realm. Young hero, you came at the right time. I guess the formation at the foot of the mountain is the real small secret realm. As long as we can work together to destroy the formation door, we can enter to find the real treasure. Yuzhen said excitedly. Qinfen had no intention of helping. He stood at the side and watched Yuzhen attack. After a while, Yuzhen woke up and turned to look at Qinfen. Young hero, what are you doing? Why aren't you helping? Qinfen said coldly, I have a way to destroy this formation door myself. There is no need for me to work together with you. Yuzhen's face turned cold. You are really arrogant. The level 9 formation is even stronger than the entrance. Even I can't destroy it alone. How can a mere disaster transformation realm cultivator like you break it? Whether or not I can destroy it is my problem. What you need to do now is to leave this place. Qinfen's tone was unquestionable. Yuzhen stopped his attack and looked at Qinfen in disbelief. Young man. Do you know what you are saying? Haven't I made myself clear enough? Or are your ears not working well? I want you to leave now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Qinfen's expression was serious. He did not look like he was joking. Yuzhen was surprised. He did not understand where Qinfen got his confidence from. Originally, he wanted to get Qinfen's help to break the formation, and then kill Qinfen after they entered the real mystery realm. However, now that Yuzhen was enraged, killing intent rose in his heart. At worst, he would kill Qinfen first, and then find the other 4 cultivators to help him break the formation. You insolent ant. I will show you the power of a true form cultivator. Yuzhen suddenly struck out with his palm. The sky was covered by clouds. Looking closely, it was not clouds covering the sky. It was Yuzhen's true essence giant hand that fell to the ground. I have seen many true form cultivators' power. They are nothing more than this. Qinfen did not have any intention of retreating when facing the surging quintessence hand seal. He raised his saber and drew a resplendent purple light above his head. The purple light seemed to have a life of its own. It extended quickly and finally cut through the true essence giant hand, splitting it in half. A spectacular scene appeared in the sky. It was as if the sky was cut in half. The 4 disaster transformation realm cultivators stood far away and looked at the sky. They were still in awe of the spectacular change in the sky. Boom! There was a muffled sound in the explosion. Qin Fen's Tsang Qi struck Yuzhen. The saber Qi hit him and sent him crashing into the mountain. Yuzhen immediately stepped on his sword and flew away. Loud sounds came from behind him. That was the sound of the saber Qi cutting through the sky. Who are you, brat? Why haven't I seen you before? Yuzhen's expression changed. Qin Fen was only at the late-stage disaster transformation realm, but his true essence aura was as strong as a true form cultivator. Usually, such a young and outstanding cultivator would be famous. However, Yuzhen had never heard of Qin Fen in the hundreds of years he had been in the East Field continent. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 2155. There are trillions of cultivators in the East Field continent. How could you have seen all of them? It's normal that you don't know me. Why are you so surprised? Qin Fen said coldly. Yuzhen was furious. He knew that Qin Fen was insulting him. If all the cultivators in the East Field continent had the same cultivation level as Qin Fen, the Divine Supreme Continent would change drastically. Junior Ant. I didn't use my full power just now. Do you really think you're so powerful? Then use your full power now, or you won't have a chance. Qin Fen said carelessly. Yeah. You're indeed an ant. I'll show you my power. Yuzhen was about to explode. Essential essence surged from his body. At this moment, the old man had truly erupted with his full strength. That surge of true energy was like a raging tsunami that was about to engulf the foot of the mountain. Qin Fen raised his eyebrows. He felt a strong sense of oppression. This feeling was very clear. He hadn't felt it when he was fighting the Thunder King and the other true form realm cultivators. This showed that Yuzhen was far more powerful than the Thunder King and the others. Qin Fen didn't dare to be careless. Before his opponent's aura surrounded him, he activated his divine consciousness and expanded his sword domain. Haha! Ant, you're not far from death. Yuzhen didn't realize the sword domain was formed. He was still laughing wildly. However, halfway through his laughter, his expression changed drastically. The surging aura on his body seemed to have been frozen, and he was actually unable to release it. No! This is a domain. Yuzhen was a true form realm cultivator and had started to understand a domain. When he realized that Qin Fen could use a domain, his eyes almost fell to the ground. But this was just the beginning. Suddenly, several sword qis shot out from the domain and instantly enveloped him. Before he could react, a loud sound exploded on his body, causing his skin to split open. It's a sword domain. You're just a disaster transformation state cultivator. How can you understand a sword domain? Yuzhen even forgot about his pain and found it hard to accept the reality before his eyes. He immediately unleashed his comprehension, only to discover that his comprehension of domains was completely inferior to Qin Fen's. When his domain formed, it was immediately devoured by Qin Fen's sword domain. Nothing is impossible in the Divine Supreme Continent. It's not too late for you to leave now. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you. Qin Feng's expression was cold, but he was nervous on the inside. Under normal circumstances, when his sword domain was formed, his enemies would immediately be destroyed in the sword domain. However, when the countless sword qis collided with Yuzhen's body, they only caused superficial wounds. They did not destroy his physical body, let alone force out his nascent soul body. Yuzhen, on the other hand, did not know any of this. He really thought that Qin Fen was merciful and did not kill him. No matter what, in Qin Fen's powerful sword domain, he did not have the slightest chance to retaliate. Now that he had a chance to escape, Yuzhen did not hesitate to step on his sword and leave. Qin Fen let out a long sigh of relief as he watched Yuzhen disappear into the distance. Even though Qin Fen's spiritual sea was incomparably powerful, it was still very taxing for him to use his sword domain. If Yuzhen had held on for a little longer, Qin Fen's sword domain would have collapsed by itself. At that time, it would be Yuzhen's turn to oppress him. Time was running out. Qin Fen immediately tried to break the formation. After some research, Qin Fen confirmed that there was a level 9 concealment formation in front of him. The eye of the formation was extremely well hidden. If Qin Fen was not a level 8 array immortal, he would not have been able to find it. After half a day, Qin Fen finally found the eye of the formation. The eye of the formation was hidden outside of the formation. This method of setting up an array was an eye-opener for Qin Fen. Rumble. After finding the eye of the formation, Qin Fen immediately attacked fiercely. The Tsang Qi, the unparalleled sword, and the heavenly rainbow came down one after another. Half of the sky was disrupted by him. Look! The weather over there is changing again. The 4 disaster transformation state cultivators were once again attracted. Someone said, frequent changes in the weather means that there is a rare treasure over there. Senior Yuzhen and that disaster transformation state cultivator are nowhere to be seen. Could it be that they went there to look for treasure? Anyway, there are spiritual plants everywhere in the Medicinal Valley Hidden Realm. Why don't we go there and see what's going on? We don't have to rush to pick the spiritual plants. All right. Let's go take a look. The 4 of them stepped on their swords and after 15 minutes, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. Isn't the Medicinal Valley Hidden Realm an endless plain? Why is there a mountain all of a sudden? Look! That's the cultivator who teamed up with us. What is he doing? Why don't we see Senior Yuzhen? Should we go up and ask him about it? The 4 of them didn't understand. Qin Fen had already attacked the eye of the formation for a while. He realized that the strength of the formation was much stronger than he imagined. With his strength alone, it would probably take him 10 days to half a month to break it. Fellow Taoists, I'm attacking a hidden array gate. Qin Fen said. The reason why he wanted to chase Yuzhen away but was willing to let the other 4 stay was actually very simple. Yuzhen's motives were not pure and he was a threat to him. However, even if the 4 disaster transformation state cultivators teamed up, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. The 4 of them were slightly stunned. One of them asked, "Young hero, what array gate are you attacking?" I don't know the specifics, but this is a level 9 hidden array. It's even more powerful than the array gate at the entrance of the hidden realm. I believe there are even better treasures hidden inside. The 4 of them immediately became spirited. 3 of them had already joined Qin Fen's group. The other one looked around and asked, "Young hero, why don't I see Senior Yuzhen?" Qin Fen casually made up an excuse and said, "I don't see Senior Yuzhen. Isn't he with you guys?" "Senior Yuzhen isn't with us." "Forget it, let's work together to break this array first." The other cultivator also joined the group. He was only curious about where Yuzhen went. If they really couldn't find him, he couldn't be bothered to care. With the 5 of them working together, the aura of the array gate quickly weakened. 5 days later, there was a loud explosion. The few of them were pleasantly surprised. They guessed that this was the sound of the array gate being broken. "Young hero, is the array gate broken?" Qin Fen suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, "That's right. The array gate has been broken, but there are still some aftershocks. Everyone wait for a while before entering." Before the explosion subsided, a few figures flew over from afar. When Qin Fen scanned with his spiritual consciousness, his expression changed instantly. The lowest cultivation level of the dozen people that flew over was at the mid-stage disaster transformation state. There were also 3 true form realm cultivators. Qin Fen knew the leader of this group. It was Yu Zhen, whom he had chased away a few days ago. And, how dare you go against the auspicious Cloud Pavilion? Today will be the day you die. Yu Zhen's voice had already spread throughout the mountain before he arrived. The 4 people who had teamed up with Qin Fen were shocked and looked into the distance. Chapter 2156. Yuzhen Qianbei is here. Why do I feel he's filled with killing intent? He seems to be looking for trouble. That's Heaven West sect leader Yun Fei, Nine Dragon Mountain Village leader Hu Kaiqing and Qi River sect leader Yi Jing. These 3 are all famous truth realization state powerful beings in Eastfield State. Why are they all here? The expressions of the people in Qin Feng's team changed drastically. They didn't know that Qin Feng had offended Yu Zhen, so they didn't know what was happening. Just as they were exclaiming in surprise, Yu Zhen had already landed on the ground. She glared at Qin Feng coldly. And, if I don't kill you today, I'm not a truth realization state cultivator. Yu Zhen, where's the secret realm formation door? I don't have time to care about your private affairs. If there's no secret realm or treasure, I'll be leaving first. The 3 truth realization state cultivators landed. They were all arrogant and didn't even care about Yu Zhen. Hu Kaiqing saw that there were no traces of the formation and decided to fly away. Yu Zhen temporarily stopped cursing Qin Feng and immediately said to the 3 of them, "Senior brothers. There was originally a hidden array door at the foot of this mountain, but now the aura of the array door has weakened and the array is nowhere to be seen. I guess it was broken by those guys." Hu Kaiqing sneered. If I remember correctly, you said that the Secret Realms formation gate is a level 9 formation. That formation gate is so powerful that these disaster transformation state ants can break it. Yu Zhen, if you want to deal with that kid, just do it yourself. Why drag the 3 of us over? Yun Fei from the Western Heavenly faction appeared displeased. Yu Zhen was speechless. He didn't lie to them. If it wasn't for killing Qin Feng, he would have broken the formation and entered the secret realm secretly. Why would he share it with others? Senior brothers, it's true that I have a grudge against that kid. However, I invited you here because I really want to break the array and enter the pocket dimension together. Now that the kid has discovered and broken the array, I wonder if they have just broken the array or if they have already found the treasure, Yu Zhen said. At this point, the few people in Qin Feng's party understood the situation. When they found out that Qin Feng had offended the pavilion master of Auspicious Cloud Pavilion, Senior Yu Zhen, they instinctively took a few steps back. Senior Yu Zhen. We just broke the array formation, and then the seniors arrived. If the seniors are interested in this mystic realm, then this junior will go ahead first. This junior does not know that that person offended Senior Yu Zhen. I will also leave this place. In just a short while, Qin Fen's team had all left. In the Divine Continent, where martial arts were respected, knowing when to advance and when to retreat was the only way to live longer. Qin Feng had already guessed this result, so he maintained a calm expression. Seeing that the outcome was set, Yu Zhen laughed maniacally and said, "Haha. Little ant, you want to monopolize the Medicine Valley's mystic realm with your cultivation? You really overestimate yourself." Qin Feng sneered, "Ha. I've never said that I'm going to take the arcane realm for myself. Otherwise, why would I form a team to break the formation? Didn't you want to bewitch those 3 to deal with me? If you want to fight, hurry up and fight. Stop being so wishy-washy." Hua Kaiqing and them dazed, they didn't expect a disaster transformation state ant dared to be this cocky in front of truth realization state cultivators. Yu Zhen, on the other hand, was secretly delighted. He was worried that Yi Jing and the others didn't want to help him. Now, they were probably unhappy with Qin Feng even without him saying anything. Junior, which sect are you from? Qi River sect leader Yi Jing asked. I don't belong to any sect, Qin Feng said. Yi Jing was enraged. How dare a junior who doesn't belong to any sect behave atrociously here? Leave now, or I'll kill you with one palm. You won't be able to kill me. I advise you to stay away from Yu Zhen. He'll kill you sooner or later. Qin Feng's expression didn't change. The few of them were stunned. Yi Jing came back to his senses and flew towards Qin Feng with a roar. Ignorant ant, I'll show you the power of truth realization state. There was a loud explosion in the sky. A magnificent true essence giant hand that looked like a cloud and mist fell, instantly covering the sky above where Qin Feng was standing. In the blink of an eye, the flat ground was blasted into a huge hole. That brat isn't dead yet. Yi Jing's expression changed when his attack landed. There was still Qin Feng's qi in the air, but it seemed to be everywhere. He couldn't pinpoint the exact location. There was a magnetic field that enveloped Yi Jing silently. When the magnetic field became stronger, Yi Jing's expression changed again. Oh no! This is a domain. That disaster transformation state junior has comprehended a domain. Yi Jing wasn't the only one who sensed the existence of a domain. Hua Kaiqing and the others also sensed a domain. Everyone was shocked. Even truth realization state cultivators like them had just touched the border of a domain. Yet, a disaster transformation state level 7 cultivator had comprehended a domain. In the entire Eastfield continent, there was no one who could comprehend a domain at disaster transformation state. Who are you? You can't be a nobody. Yi Jing was in the domain and felt his movements were restricted. He didn't dare to underestimate Qin Feng anymore. Even his tone became more serious. What answered him wasn't words but a wave of flying swords. Those weren't real swords but sword qi combined with a domain. When Yu Zhen saw the sword domain appear again, he still felt some lingering fear. He had been chased away by Qin Feng like this not long ago. Sect leader Yi, be careful. That guy has comprehended sword domain. Yu Zhen immediately warned, but it was too late. When the sword qi surged over, it instantly collided with the Book of Changes, causing a violent explosion. But the power of the sword domain was still a bit weaker. Yi Jing looked bloody and his clothes were tattered, but those were all external injuries. It didn't affect his cultivation essence much. Yeah. You Ant Jr., you're asking to die. Yi Jing felt humiliated after being beaten so badly by a disaster transformation state cultivator in front of everyone. He immediately activated his spiritual will and unleashed his domain. A gray qi emerged from Yi Jing's body and quickly spread out. The gray mist was originally flying very fast but suddenly seemed to be obstructed. It stopped tens of meters away from Yi Jing. Your domain is too inferior. Have a taste of my sword domain. Qin Feng roared loudly. The black sword domain that belonged to him spread out once more, and a red aura ceaselessly surged into appearance within the sword domain. Those auras were like stars that covered the night sky, and they were dense and resplendent. Rumble. A new round of explosions occurred. Yi Jing screamed in pain. Under such intense attacks, the few armors on his body were all broken. His skin was a mess and even his cultivation essence was injured. Yu Zhen, what are you waiting for? I'm here to help you. Why aren't you helping? Yi Jing didn't expect Qin Feng to help him. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 2157. Before Yuzhen could regain his senses, a purple glow appeared like the afterglow of the sunset. The purple glow was only the size of a star, but it instantly spread and covered half the sky. Rumble. The saber chi exploded. The powerful ethereal force shocked the few of them. How was that a disaster transformation cultivator? That strong ethereal force was not inferior to the true form realm almighties like them. Oh no! Junior brother Yi Jing is dead. Western Heaven sect leader Yunfei screamed. Hua Kaiqing and Yuzhen were shocked as they could not accept the reality in front of them. Even if the Qi River sect leader Yi Jing had just entered the true form realm, a disaster transformation cultivator would not be able to kill him. We can't let this man live. Kill him now. Hua Kaiqing regained her senses and attacked Qin Fan first. A green light shadow shot out and instantly broke the void like a huge mountain falling from the sky. The saber slashed a deep ravine on the ground. Fortunately, Qin Fan dodged in time. He still had some lingering fear in his heart. Hua Caiqing's ethereal force was the strongest among the four of them. Moreover, the saber attack just now was a killing technique. If Qin Fan had taken it head-on, he would have been severely injured even if he did not die. Yuzhen and Yunfei attacked one after another. Under the fierce attack of 3 true form ultimate gods, Qin Fan had no chance of winning even if he used all his skills. He simply stepped on his flying sword and rushed into the secret realm's array door. He instantly turned into a white light and disappeared. That guy disappeared. Hua Kaiqing raised her eyebrows. Senior brother Hua, he should have entered the secret realm, Yuzhen said. What should we do now? Yunfei asked. Yuzhen continued, legend has it that there is a secret realm in the immortal medicinal valley. However, not many people know that the secret realm is actually the twin secret realm. Senior brother Yu Qi from my sect entered the twin secret realm and ascended to the immortal world. Twin secret realm. Junior brother Yuzhen means that the secret realm's array door in front of us is the real twin secret realm. Hua Caiqing's eyes lit up. Western Heaven sect leader Yunfei could not stay calm either. All the cultivators in the divine continent had the dream of ascending to immortality. That's right. This secret realm's array door is the place where I sent senior brother Yu Qi to ascend to immortality. Originally, I invited the 3 senior brothers to break the array and enter the secret realm together. Who knew that the ant would discover this place? Now that the ant has entered the secret realm, if we don't get rid of him, once news of this small secret realm spreads, I'm afraid the entire Eastfield continent's cultivators will rush over. The duo's expression changed unpredictably. Hua Kaiqing suddenly said, let's go in and find that ant first. We'll find the secret of this mystic realm after we kill him. I agree with senior brother Hua's suggestion, Yunfei immediately said. All right. Let's go in together. Yuzhen naturally had no objections. It didn't take long for Qin Feng to travel through the teleportation channel of the little mystery realm. When Qin Feng could feel his feet touching the ground again, the scenery before him had changed drastically. He was in a holy clearing. In front of him was no longer the towering mountain that pierced through the clouds, but a row of lush trees. Tree of life. There are so many trees of life. Qin Fan was stunned by the scene in front of him. He quickly counted and found that there were 12 towering trees around the empty space. The trees emitted a pure and holy radiance and a very familiar aura. These were obviously the 12 trees of life. Aren't these the trees that grow in the immortal world? Why are there so many of them in the immortal herb valley? Qin Feng was puzzled. There was a tree of life in his astral world. He had spent a lot of effort to obtain that immortal herb from the 12 palaces. Qin Feng originally thought that there was only one tree of life in the entire divine world, but now it seemed that he was too naive. When Qin Feng regained his senses, he realized that the spiritual energy in this small secret realm was extremely dense. It far surpassed the spiritual energy in the astral world. The familiar aura made Qin Feng realize that this was the unique aura in the immortal herb valley. Master! Hurry up and cultivate here. Little Pig shouted excitedly. This is indeed a sacred place for cultivation, but Yu Zhen and the others will catch up to us soon. This is not the time to cultivate. Qin Feng frowned. Little Pig continued, Master, you may not know this, but this is actually a small world. The flow of time is different from the outside world. One day outside is equivalent to 3 years here. Qin Feng was shocked. In fact, there was a heavenly blessing cave in his system. The spiritual energy in there was denser than the outside world, so the cultivation speed was very fast. It was similar to a small world of time. However, Qin Feng knew that the heavenly blessing cave was far from the standard of a small world. The secret realm in front of him was actually a small world of time. According to Little Pig's calculations, 1 day in the outside world was equivalent to 3 years in here. Even if Yu Zhen and the other two ran as fast as they could, it would take them at least an hour to get here. This was equivalent to half a month in the little secret realm. Perhaps half a month was useless to ordinary cultivators, but in a small secret realm with such dense spiritual energy, it could create endless possibilities for Qin Feng. 3 days later, Qin Feng felt his true essence expand. 5 days later, there was a loud sound in his body. The true essence that had been suppressed for a long time was rampaging like a flood. When it calmed down again, he had already reached disaster transformation stage 8. 10 days later, Qin Feng reached disaster transformation stage 9. Half a month later, he faced the sky and let out a long roar. His Xin Yuan was like boiling water, and his sea of consciousness seemed to automatically sublimate, reaching a new height. When Qin Feng used his spiritual consciousness, he realized that he had formed divine force. Divine force was the symbol of a true form mighty. This meant that Qin Feng had used half a month to reach the true form realm from the late-stage disaster transformation stage. There were no bottlenecks during this period. It was as if he had ascended to the clouds. Qin Feng knew that this was not only because he had cultivated the creation of heaven and earth skill, but also because the 12 trees of life in the small secret realm had played a key role. As an object of the immortal world, the trees of life had the magical ability to calm one's mind and comprehend. Each tree of life was precious. Now that 12 trees of life had appeared to help Qin Feng cultivate, it would be hard for him not to break through. Before the joy in his heart could dissipate, 3 figures descended from the sky. Qin Feng didn't need to look up to know that it was Yu Zhen and the other 2 from their auras. An hour ago, Qin Feng had been beaten by the 3 of them. Now that he had reached the true form realm, he could feel that the auras of the 3 of them were very weak. "Ant, where can you run now?" Yu Zhen sneered. He didn't notice the changes in the situation. Hua Kaiqing was about to attack Qin Feng, but she suddenly stopped. What tree is this? Its aura is so unique. Tree of Life. This is one of the 8 great immortal herbs of the divine supreme continent, the Tree of Life. Yun Fei, the sect leader of the Western Heaven sect, exclaimed. The 3 of them were dumbfounded. The 8 great immortal herbs were priceless treasures that could only be found by chance. Many people even suspected that it was just a legend. They never expected to see it with their own eyes today. Baidu search for Yunlai Pavilion's novel website and let you experience the latest and fastest novel updates. All the novels were updated in seconds. Chapter 2158. I didn't expect the immortal herb valley to hide a tree of life. It's said that this immortal herb has a powerful meditation effect. Even true form realm cultivators wouldn't encounter a bottleneck when cultivating under it. No wonder Senior Yuchi could ascend to immortality here. As a true form divine supremacy, her state of mind was as calm as still water. However, at that moment, Huacaiqing's face was flushed with excitement. Even Yuzhen didn't expect that there were trees of life hidden in the celestial medicine valley's little mystic realm. She shouted in a strange voice, "There are actually 12 trees of life. How about we each take 4? Yunfei returned to his senses and stared fiercely at Qin Feng. He said icily, "Little ant, I can't be bothered to deal with a lowly person like you. I'd advise you to give up immediately, otherwise I'll make sure you die without a complete corpse." Even half a month ago, Qin Fen wouldn't be afraid of Yunfei. Now that Qin Fen had reached the true form realm, even if Yunfei and the other two hadn't found him, he would kill them when he got out. "Noisy!" Qin Fen growled. And directed them to go. A streak of purple light shot out. It was as small as a star, but it instantly appeared in front of Yunfei. The purple radiance exploded and surged with violent saber qi. The saber qi instantly spread and covered half of the sky above Yunfei's head. Rumble. Loud sounds rose and fell. The purple light that was as resplendent as the sunset glow in the sky formed a spectacular sight against the backdrop of the 12 towering trees of life. Junior brother Yunfei has fallen. Huacaiqing's eyes nearly fell to the ground. Yuzhen stared blankly at the exploding sky and murmured to herself, "There's something wrong with this ant's aura. This is truth realization state qi." Qin Fen was not surprised that he had killed Yunfei, who was at the first stage true form realm, with one saber move. However, his current power was much more powerful than he had imagined. After truly reaching the true form realm, he realized how powerful a true form realm was. When he thought about how he had fought with a true form realm mighty figure at the disaster transformation stage, he couldn't help but feel some lingering fear. "All the trees of life here are mine. You don't have the right to divide them," Qin Fen shouted in a sonorous voice. The two of them woke up with a start. They looked at Qin Fen with a new perspective. They couldn't even see Qin Fen's qi, it was truth realization state qi without a doubt, but it was stronger than theirs. "Junior brother Yuzhen, let's join forces to kill off this reckless ant first. Then, we'll split the 12 trees of life equally," Huacaiqing said with a cold expression. Yuzhen already hated Qin Feng to the bone, so he was the first to strike. The true essence giant hand blotted out the sky and covered the sun. It was like a rolling black cloud, bringing with it a thunderous momentum as it fell. However, Qin Feng stood still until the handprint was less than 5 meters above his head. Then, he pointed his fingers into the air and shot out several purple sword rays. This move was Qin Fen's ultimate technique. He had fused the Tsang Qi and the 9-pulse divine sword and comprehended the new 9-pulse divine sword. It looked simple, but it unleashed the essence of the Tsang Qi and the 9-pulse divine sword to the extreme. How could an ordinary true form mighty figure resist it? The cloud-like hand imprints were instantly destroyed. It was as if a huge hole had been torn open in the sky. When the purple light reappeared, it had already enveloped Yuzhen, and a deafening sound could be heard. Another true form mighty figure had died, and he had been killed in an instant. Only 9 Dragon Villa's Villa Master, Huacaiqing, was left in the valley. He couldn't help but tremble. "How? How did you do it? You're a disaster transformation cultivator. How did you reach the true form realm as soon as you entered this small mystic realm?" Huacaiqing couldn't understand. Qin Feng sneered. "Ha! Can't you tell? This mystic realm is a small world of time. One day here is equivalent to 3 years in the outside world. Hua Caiqing's expression changed drastically after knowing the truth. When he looked at the 12 towering trees of life again, he didn't even feel any emotion. Compared to the small world, the trees of life were insignificant. That's still impossible. Hua Caiqing woke up with a start. The shock in his eyes didn't dissipate. Even if this is a small world of time, the three of us took less than an hour to get here. At most, half a month has passed in this mystic realm. How did you reach the true form realm from the disaster transformation late stage in half a month? Hua Caiqing couldn't accept Qin Feng's heaven-defying breakthrough speed. Perhaps he hadn't truly understood the power of the trees of life. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to explain more. He just commanded. A few purple flashes appeared, and the majestic scene in the sky appeared again. Hua Caiqing had seen Qin Feng's killing move before. It was such a simple move, but it had instantly killed Yun Fei and Yu Jin. Even though Hua Caiqing was prepared, he couldn't dodge in time. His body was already enveloped by the surging saber qi. When the saber qi exploded, Hua Caiqing suddenly woke up. It wasn't that Yun Fei and Yu Jin were weak, but Qin Feng's quintessential essence was too powerful. It wasn't even a simple true form qi. It was probably comparable to the aura of a true god mighty figure. There was a loud explosion. Hua Caiqing couldn't struggle at all. In an instant, he was blown to pieces along with his baby body. No one would believe that Qin Feng had killed 3 true form almighties in 5 minutes. However, he still maintained an indifferent expression, as if it was as normal as killing 3 ants. Compared to the impact of the 12 trees of life and the small world of time, the death of 3 true form realm cultivators couldn't cause any waves. Qin Feng sat cross-legged in the center of the valley and continued to cultivate. The trees of life were indeed from the fairy world. With the help of the 12 trees of life, Qin Feng broke through like a rocket. When 3 months had passed in the outside world, 270 years had passed in the small world of time. Qin Feng had already reached the peak of the true form realm, but he still couldn't break through to the fairy realm. Master! Your half-year appointment with Nan Tingjue is up. Qin Feng only came out of seclusion when Little Pig reminded him. He felt the strong vital energy in his body, but he shook his head and said unhappily, "It seems like the fairy realm can't be broken through just by cultivating. It also requires some crucial things." Master! It must be related to the sky ceiling formation of the Kobe faction. There are no fairy realms in the divine world now, Little Pig analyzed. There must be other fairy realms. Otherwise, how could the disciples of the Kobe faction ascend to the fairy realm? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. Even if there are still fairy realms in the divine world, it is still extremely difficult to find them. Little Pig sighed. Since he couldn't ascend to the fairy realm in the small world of time, Qin Feng planned to go out and meet up with Nan Tingjue. He wondered if Nan Tingjue had found all 12 Supremes. Even if he had found all of them, would they be able to defeat the Kobe faction if they worked together? Qin Feng shook his head and cast aside his messy thoughts. Before he left the small world, he had one more important thing to do, which was to refine the small world of time. On the divine world, small worlds were extremely rare, and the small world of time was a rare treasure. Chapter 2159. Although only 3 months had passed in the outside world, 270 years had passed in the time pocket world. In these 300 years, not only did Qin Feng's cultivation level improve greatly, his formation skills also increased from level 8 formation immortal to level 9 ancient formation, alchemy to level 1 level 8 alchemy immortal, forging tools to supreme grade true tool grandmaster. With Qin Feng's current forging skills, although refining the time pocket world was a little difficult, as long as there was enough time, there was no problem, and the thing that the time pocket world lacked the least was time. When 3 days passed in the outside world, it was 9 years in the pocket world. Qianfen finally refined most of the pocket world, but at this time, the weather in the secret realm changed greatly. The originally boundless blue sky was covered by dark clouds, as if it had become the beginning of a wonton. After stepping into true God level, Qianfen's divine will formed, and when his divine will reached out, his expression changed instantly. The sky full of clouds was only a superficial phenomenon, there was infinite killing intent hidden in it, the clouds were falling quickly, as if the sky was collapsing. Not good, Master. This is the devouring immortal insect swarm, Little Pig exclaimed. Qianfen also saw the clues, the clouds were formed by devouring immortal insects. He looked up at the boundless sky, it was hard to estimate the number of devouring immortal insects. This was not the first time Qianfen encountered this kind of immortal insect, but it was the first time he saw such a large number of devouring immortal insects. According to his past experience, places where devouring immortal insects appeared would have immortal stone formations, but Qianfen had stayed in the time pocket world for nearly 300 years, and there was no sign of immortal stone formations. After a few breaths, the immortal insects were already hovering above Qianfen's head. He immediately put aside his messy thoughts, and with the use of divine will, the sword domain formed. The entire void was enveloped by the sword domain. The falling immortal insects suddenly stopped. Sword rays shot out, like a dense sword rain. The devouring immortal insects were destroyed by the surging sword chi. After half an incense stick's time, a layer of grey corpses formed on the ground. So a true god level can kill devouring immortal insects, Qianfen muttered. But when he looked at the sword domain sky again, his mood that had just calmed down became serious again. The scene of the sky full of black fog had not changed at all, although he had killed countless immortal insects. Compared to the number of immortal insects, it was insignificant. Kacha kacha. Suddenly, a faint sound came from the sword domain, like the sound of the void shattering. When Qianfen probed with his divine telekinesis, he discovered that countless tiny cracks had appeared in the sword domain he had formed. The devouring celestial insects were like floodwaters that had opened the floodgates, crazily gushing into the crevice. The crevice was orderly, forming a large net. At a glance, it looked like a giant starry sky beast with a ferocious expression, opening its bloody mouth towards Qianfen. No, Master. This is a 9-headed soul-devouring bug. Little Pig cried out in alarm. Qianfen raised his eyebrows. What is a 9-headed soul-devouring bug? Little Pig quickly explained, the 9-headed soul-devouring bug is made up of countless devouring bugs. These devouring bugs have all matured and possess their own intelligence. Although the intelligence of each devouring celestial insect is very weak, when their numbers are superimposed, their intelligence will also be strengthened. In the end, they will form a powerful divine will and construct a huge body and consciousness, becoming an extremely terrifying existence in the celestial world. Qianfen's expression was incomparably grave. If it was called a terrifying existence in the celestial world, then one could imagine how powerful the 9-headed soul-devouring bug was. Little Pig continued, Master, don't refine the small world of time. Escaping is more important. The 9-headed soul-devouring bug has few opponents in the celestial world. In the cultivation world, it can be said to be an invincible existence. When he realized the seriousness of the situation, Qianfen immediately urged his flying sword to escape. However, it was already too late when he thought of retreating. The sword domain he had formed lost its connection. Instead, a black mist floated out of the sword domain and enveloped the ground, hindering Qianfen's movements. It was as if the entire small world of time was instantly filled with the black mist, and a terrifying giant beast was hiding in the black mist, letting out a horrifying roar. Demons, ghosts and monsters, quickly show yourself. Divine telekinesis was blocked in the black mist, so Qianfen couldn't even find the exit of the formation. He simply retreated and attacked. A purple light shot out from his hand, and the true essence swept up by the ashen ruler was earth-shattering. It was 100 times more powerful than his previous attack. However, such a ferocious saber aura could only split the black mist for a short while. Countless celestial devouring bugs surged wildly and instantly filled the crack in the void. Before Qin Feng could attack again, the black mist surged and a giant head appeared from the black mist. It swung its head and knocked Qin Feng to the ground. The power of the collision was incalculable. Qin Feng, who had reached the peak of the true form realm, couldn't resist it. After falling to the ground, he spat out a lot of blood, and the true essence in his body surged like the sea. The giant head chased after him, and 8 similar black heads appeared in the black mist. When all 9 heads appeared, the giant beast's body also rose from the ground. The 9 heads were connected to the thick snake body. It was the true body of the 9-headed soul-devouring bug. Roar! The 9-headed soul-devouring bug's body rose completely and towered in the clouds. Its 9 giant heads roared at the same time, and its aura was turbulent and earth-shattering. At that moment, Qin Feng finally experienced the power of the 9-headed soul-devouring bug. It was indeed a monster that was hard to be matched in the celestial world. Its aura was endless, and its defense was amazing. There was no place for him to attack. Master! If you can't escape, hide in the astral world. You are still no match for this giant beast, Little Pig hurriedly reminded Qin Feng. Qin Feng was not satisfied. When he reached the peak of the true form realm, he could look down on the entire divine supreme continent. He didn't expect to be defeated by a monster first. However, the current situation was not up to Qin Feng. When he was about to enter the astral world, he saw several figures flying from the black mist. What kind of secret realm is this? Why is it filled with evil qi? Nan Tingjue. Are you messing with us? Where is the tribulation taker you mentioned? Young hero Qin. Are you here? I brought the 12 Supremes here. The aura of the newcomers was extremely powerful. They started arguing before they landed. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He realized that Nan Tingjue had kept his promise. He immediately shouted into the void, "Senior Nan Tingjue, I'm here. There is a 9-headed soul-devouring bug hidden in this secret realm." The quarrel stopped abruptly. After a while, there was an even more intense discussion. 9-headed soul-devouring bug. Isn't that something from the celestial world? Why would it appear in the divine supreme continent? It is indeed a 9-headed soul-devouring bug, and it is a mature evil bug. This giant bug is formed by the devouring immortal bug. Its spiritual force is extremely powerful, and it has even reached the level of an immortal. We can't let this bug live. If it escapes, it will be the end of the divine supreme continent. Nan Tingjue had already landed. He stood on the empty ground 10 meters away from Qin Feng and stared at the sky. Young hero Qin, where did this 9-headed soul-devouring bug come from? Chapter 2160. Qin Feng was stumped by Nan Tingjue's question. He did not know where the 9-headed soul-devouring bug came from. He had been in the time pocket world for nearly 300 years, but he did not find this monster. After thinking for a while, Qin Feng realized that when he was about to refine the time pocket world, the weather changed and the 9-headed soul-devouring bug appeared out of nowhere. Could it be that the 9-headed soul-devouring bug was in the time pocket world? Puff! While Qin Feng was lost in his thoughts, a huge force hit him and sent him flying away. The 9-headed soul-devouring bug launched a new round of fierce attacks. In an instant, not only was Qin Feng injured, but the Supremes who had just arrived were also attacked. This monster is too strong. I'm afraid we are no match for it. Why don't we go out first and come back after we come up with a plan? Even the supremes of the divine continent wanted to retreat in the face of the nine-headed soul-devouring bug. This showed how terrifying this monster was. However, they soon encountered the same problem as Qin Fun. The secret territory was densely covered by the devouring bug. They could not even use their divine senses to find the exit. It's not easy to get out. Moreover, the secret territory's aura is weak and could be destroyed at any time. If this demonic beast escapes, it will be a disaster for the entire divine continent, Nan Tinjue said in a deep voice. He Shuhan's old face was gloomy. He looked at the nine-headed soul-devouring bug above his head and shouted, "The reason I used the Time Pocket World to collect the devouring bug was to prevent demonic beasts like the nine-headed soul-devouring bug from forming." Unfortunately, demonic beasts still appeared. Qin Fan suddenly realized that He Shuhan was looking for the immortal stone formation to collect the devouring bug. After stabilizing the true essence in his body, Qin Fan immediately looked around. Nan Tinjue had brought a total of 8 people. He knew He Shuhan and Shen Qijuan, but the other 6 were unfamiliar faces. These 9 people were once the divine continent's glorious supremes. Including the deceased Shen Juqing and the current lord of the Kobe faction, King God Void, there was still one supremes missing. Qin Fan did not know if Nan Tinjue had not been found or that supremes had fallen. After a short period of adjustment, everyone launched a counterattack. When the 10 peak true god supremacies joined hands, the attack they unleashed could shake the heavens and the earth. Everyone's attacks were concentrated on the giant head of the nine-headed soul-devouring bug. Saber light and sword shadows surged with true essence. That head finally flew off, crashing into the ground like a mountain. When it hit the ground, it caused the earth to shake, creating a crater in the valley. "We did it," someone cried out in surprise. But in the next moment, the huge head that fell to the ground scattered with the wind like a fossil. A huge cloud of black fog floated in the air and reformed into a ferocious head. Then, it flew back to the nine-headed soul-devouring bug's severed head. The expressions of the 9 supremes changed greatly, and the light in their eyes dimmed considerably. He Shuhan said in a deep voice, "It is rumored that the nine-headed soul-devouring bug has a strong regenerative ability. It is almost indestructible. There is only one way to truly kill it. What method?" Nan Tianju hastily asked. "At the same time, cut off the soul-devouring bug's 9 heads, and its soul will fly out. As long as the soul is destroyed, this evil beast will be completely killed," He Shuhan said. After knowing the method, everyone's expressions turned grave. Just now, everyone had used almost all their strength to attack together, but they had only managed to cut off one of the soul-devouring bug's heads. How could it be easy to cut off its 9 heads at the same time? Just as everyone was uncertain, waves of powerful spiritual sense attacks surged out of the mystic realm. The few supremes suddenly let out miserable cries and struggled while holding their heads. They had lost the ability to attack. He Shuhan used his spiritual sense to resist as he said with difficulty, "Not good. This evil beast is angry. Its true trump card is the spiritual sense attack." Actually, there was no need for He Shuhan to remind them. Everyone could clearly feel the powerful spiritual sense in the air. This spiritual sense attack was everywhere. Even the spiritual sense of a peak true form almighty could enter and leave freely. The supremes who were hit felt their spiritual sense expand continuously as if it was about to explode. Just as Qin Fan and the others were in a desperate situation, a black-robed man stood on a mountain peak tens of thousands of miles away. The man sneered and looked in the direction of the immortal Medicine Valley. "I didn't expect the 12 supremes to show up. Looks like we old friends should gather and have a heart-to-heart talk." The black-robed man's voice was old. There was a person standing behind him. He had the cultivation of a peak true god, but he acted like a servant and said respectfully, "Lord, Nantianju and the others are already in the past. In the current Divine Supreme continent, even 100 Supremes might not be able to match them, let alone the 12 Supremes." The black-robed man laughed wildly. "Ha! You're right. The Divine Supreme continent is in my hands. Whoever I want to kill will die." The Peak True God Realm subordinate said, "Sir, do you want me to kill Nantianju and the others, as well as that tribulation taker?" Killing 10 Peak True God Realm experts seemed like a common occurrence to this person. If the cultivators of the Divine Supreme Mainland were to hear this, they would definitely laugh at this person's arrogance. The black-robed man waved his hand and said, "No need to go through so much trouble. With the strength of these ants, they might not be able to defeat the 9-headed soul-devouring bug." The subordinate raised his brows and said, "Sir, what if they kill the soul-devouring bugs?" The black-robed man smiled faintly and said, "If they kill the bugs, those ants will come to us. They will still die then. In the pocket world of time." Nantianju and the others felt strained. Their divine sense was in a mess. However, Qinfen's expression didn't change. Because he cultivated the soul homing tactic, his divine sense was several times stronger than Nantianju and the others. "Young hero Qin. Why are you fine?" He Shuhan noticed the abnormality. Qinfen forcefully urged his divine sense. A light wall appeared in the black mist. It was the soul homing tactic's original manual, attracting everyone's attention. Is this a soul cultivation manual? What a powerful divine sense cultivation method. Everyone, learn it quickly. Nantianju and the others were talented enough to reach the top of the Divine Supreme Continent's 12 Supremes. While resisting the soul attack of the soul-devouring bugs, they slowly comprehended the essence of the soul-homing tactic. Everyone's divine sense continued to strengthen, and the soul attack of the soul-devouring bug seemed to weaken. In the end, it became dispensable. "Seniors, this demonic beast's trump card is no longer useful against us. Let's join hands and kill its 9 heads, then destroy its soul." When he sensed that everyone had cultivated the soul-homing tactic to the grand completion, Qinfen roared and took the lead. A touch of blue appeared in the black mist. Looking closely, it was a small flame, like a small boat in the middle of a stormy sea. The flame was very tenacious. It didn't burn for a long time under the black mist. In an instant, the originally dark sky was dyed light blue. Even the secret territory's air became cold. Chapter 2161. The secret territory turned into a blue sky. The temperature plummeted, turning into a world of ice and snow. The Supreme's expressions changed drastically. Nan Tianjue exclaimed, "The 15th ranked Heaven Fire Ice Heart Flame. Not only the Ice Heart Flame, but also the 9th Heaven Ice Seal cultivation technique. Rumor has it that this cultivation technique can freeze 1,000 miles at the initial level. When it reaches the advanced level, it can freeze the sky and split the earth. Young hero Qin has obviously practiced it to the advanced level." He Shuhan said. Under the burning of the Heaven Fire Ice Heart Flame, the entire time pocket world was frozen. The air was covered with ice, and the 9-headed soul-devouring worm was also frozen. "Everyone, attack! I can't hold this 9th Heaven Ice Seal for long," Qinfen hurriedly shouted. The Supremes came to their senses and immediately launched their attacks. In an instant, there was a loud noise, and the powerful true essence shattered the air, forming a magnificent scene of doomsday. The 9 Supremes each attacked a giant head of the soul-devouring worm. Under the freezing and cracking ice, the soul-devouring worm's defense was greatly reduced, and its giant head was chopped off. When the 9 heads were chopped off, a cloud of black mist flew out of the soul-devouring worm's giant body. That's the soul-devouring worm's divine soul. Young hero Qin, attack! He Shuhin shouted. There was no need for his reminder, Qin Fan had been waiting for this moment. Qin Fan waved his hand, and a purple light appeared. Under the dark blue ice as a background, it was like the afterglow of a purple sunset was shining on the earth. The bright purple light was murderous, and it instantly hit the black mist that was escaping. A loud explosion sounded, and the black mist dispersed, as if it had never appeared. When the divine soul was destroyed, a loud noise came from the ground. The soul-devouring snake's giant body collapsed, like a fossil blown away by the cold wind, and finally disappeared without a trace. Did it work? A Supremes questioned. After the soul-devouring snake's head was cut off, and the soul-devouring snake recovered on its own, no one dared to take it lightly anymore. He Shuhin dispersed the surging true essence on his body, and said with a sigh of relief, "This soul-devouring worm is completely destroyed." Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Before coming here, they would never have thought that the divine continent's once glorious 9 Supremes would almost die in the hands of a demonic beast even after joining hands. Qin Fan waved his hand, and the frozen scene in the secret realm quickly disappeared. Everything returned to normal. Nan Tinjue walked to his side and said, "Young hero Qin. I came as promised, and I also brought 8 supreme beings with me. Shenju Qing has long since fallen, and junior brother Hikuei's whereabouts are unknown." Qin Fan immediately cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Senior Nan Tinjue." Nan Tianju waved his hand and said, "Young hero Qin, you don't have to be so polite. This is a calamity for the entire divine continent. As a venerable senior, it's my duty to stand up for it. Let me introduce everyone to each other. This is the Tribulation Taker, Qin Fan. These are the 12 venerables of the divine continent. There's no need for the Eastfield continent's myriad heaven sect master to hate me. The founder of the South Pingzhou Divine Finger, the 7 ancestral gods. The #1 rogue cultivator in the Eastfield continent, Wang Yun. Eastfield continent's myriad valley manor lord Bai Yu. West Sea continent's Shuayu city's old city lord, Xing Qianyun. Daoist Wu of West Ocean continent. Demon King Hai Bin. The #1 person in the North Sand region, Misagi. Nan Tinjue introduced the 8 of them one by one. They were all venerables of the divine continent in the past. Their words and actions could change the situation of the continent. However, the 8 of them looked a little old now. They had been suppressed by the Kobe sect for hundreds of years, and they were no longer the same as before. Qin Fan cupped his fists and bowed to the 8 of them one by one. He didn't expect there to be a senior from the North Sand continent among the 12 venerables. After some conversation, he found out that the #1 person in the North Sand continent, Misagi, had left the North Sand continent hundreds of years ago. Very few cultivators in the North Sand continent still knew about him. Because of the life and death battle not long ago, everyone quickly became familiar with each other. Although Qin Fan had been in seclusion in the small world of time for close to 300 years, only 3 months had passed in the outside world. Therefore, in everyone's eyes, Qin Fan was only a young man who wasn't even 30 years old. Such a young man had actually stepped into the peak of true God realm, and his true essence was so strong that it wasn't inferior to anyone else present. It was really unbelievable. Young hero Qin. I didn't expect you to step into the peak of true God realm from the disaster transformation realm in just half a year. No wonder you're the Tribulation Taker. Nantian Ju exclaimed. He Shuhin and Shinqijuan had seen Qin Fan before and knew his cultivation level back then. Therefore, when they saw Qin Fan again, they couldn't accept the reality before their eyes. As for the other venerables, when they found out about this, they also revealed frightened expressions. Since these people could ascend to the position of venerables, they were all exceptional geniuses. However, standing in front of Qin Fen at this moment, they only felt extremely ashamed. Seniors, you probably haven't seen it yet. Actually, this small mystery realm of the immortal medicinal valley is a small world of time. I only have my current cultivation level because of the difference in time here. Qin Fen explained. Nantianju said in surprise, this is actually a small world of time. So that's how it is. He Shuhan took out his treasured gourd and got busy with something. After a while, he sighed and said, this small world has already been refined by someone. I wonder who owns this small world. To actually raise a 9-headed soul-devouring bug here. Qin Fen said somewhat awkwardly, there's no need to hate senior. The small world was refined by me. As for the person who raised the 9-headed soul-devouring bug, I'm sure everyone knows. The 9 venerables once again looked at Qin Fen in surprise. Qin Fen had brought them wave after wave of shock. It was easier said than done to refine a small world, let alone a small world of time. The spiritual energy here is rich, and it's also a small world of time. Why don't we all try to ascend to immortality? If we can step onto the path of immortality, we will definitely be able to eradicate the Kobe faction. The West Sea continent's Shuiyu City's old castellan Xing Qianyun suggested. Nantianju waved his hand and said, Senior Brother Xing's words are reasonable, but time waits for no man. Young hero Qin is right. Everyone knows the real culprit who raised the 9-headed soul-devouring bug. In the entire divine continent, only that dog Ling Wanyan has the ability to do so. The North Sand Continent's number 1, Masami nodded and continued Nantianju's words, since Ling Wanyan can raise the 9-headed soul-devouring bug here, then he can raise this kind of demonic beast in other places. Now that the demonic beasts in the immortal medicinal valley have been destroyed, Ling Wanyan will definitely notice it. If we don't leave this place as soon as possible, it's very likely that we will be trapped here for another few hundred years. As soon as Masami's words fell, everyone's expression became solemn. The surprise of discovering the small world of time had disappeared, and no one wanted to stay and ascend to immortality. It was not easy for them to get rid of their shackles. If they were to be trapped in the small secret territory of the immortal medicinal valley again, they would definitely regret it to death. Young hero Qin. What should we do now? Eastfield Continent's myriad valley villas villa lord by you looked at Qin Fen. The other venerables also looked at him with hopeful eyes. Unknowingly, these 9 venerables had already regarded Qin Fen as their leader. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 2162. Qin Fen pondered for a while and said, the Millennium Tribulation is here. We must seize the time to eradicate the Kobe faction. This tribulation is the Ascending Immortal Tribulation. There is no place for ascending immortals in the divine world anymore. Even if everyone stays in the time pocket world to cultivate, there will be no breakthrough. The supreme martial artists nodded. Qin Fen continued, I'll completely refine this small world first. Then, we'll join forces to attack the Kobe Gate. After a month, Qin Fen successfully refined the time pocket world. However, only a few hours had passed in the outside world. The time small world transformed into a white light and flew into Qin Fen's sea of consciousness. He felt that as long as he urged his divine sense, he would be able to immediately enter the time small world, just like his astral world. However, there was an additional memory in Qin Fen's mind. The aura of that memory was extremely ancient, as if it was the beginning of the world. Because of the lightning tribulation, I can't fly to the immortal world normally. Today, I plan to tear open the space and give it a try. The consequences are unpredictable, so I'll leave this small world of time in the divine supreme continent. If someone is fated to refine it, it will be my gift to him. Other than the pocket dimension, there is also a set of cultivation technique. Although the cultivation technique is incomplete, it is the essence of this old man's lifetime of comprehension. If there is a fated person who accepts the pocket dimension and the cultivation technique, please help this old man. If this old man fails to break through, I believe that I will die miserably in the space-time turbulence. This old man has a son named Lin Haoru. I hope that there is a fated person who can pass the cultivation technique to him. The memory ended here. Qin Feng activated his divine telekinesis and checked the secret cultivation method left behind by the old man. He was immediately stunned by the contents of the cultivation method. The creation of heaven and earth art has 5 parts, but I have only studied the first 4 parts. The mantra is as follows. Qin Feng quickly finished reading the first 3 chapters. They were the creation chapter, the creation chapter, and the creation chapter. The mental cultivation technique was exactly the same as the creation of heaven and earth art that Qin Feng had obtained. It was obvious that this was a rare cultivation technique created by the Divine Continent's number 1 Great Tao Hierarch. Moreover, there was a 4th chapter in his memories. It was called the World Creation Chapter. Qin Feng was not in the mood to read the contents of the creation of heaven and earth chapter in detail. He was stunned by this piece of memory information. If the person who left behind this information was the creator of the creation of heaven and earth skill, then wasn't this person the great Tao Divine Venerable Senior who had caused a sensation in the past? Young hero Qin. Are we still not leaving? Nantian Ju reminded when he saw Qin Feng standing there in a daze. When Qin Feng regained his senses, he immediately asked, Senior. Do you know the real name of the Divine Continent's number 1 Great Tao Ultimate God? The Supreme Beings were stunned. No one had expected Qin Feng to ask such a question at this time. Nantian Ju pondered for a moment before saying, I've only heard rumors about him. I think he's called Lin Chushao. Qin Feng recalled Lin Haoran mentioned in his memory and was even more certain that he was a Great Tao Ultimate God. Young hero Qin, why are you asking this? Nantian Ju was puzzled. Qin Feng did not hide anything and said honestly, after I refined the small world of time just now, I obtained a trace of divine thought memory. I suspect that it was left behind by a Great Tao Ultimate God. The supreme martial artists were shocked. Great Tao Divine Master's divine will memory. What did he say? Senior Great Tao Divinity left behind a set of cultivation technique secret manuals that he had comprehended throughout his life. That time pocket world was also his item. He also mentioned that he had an only son named Lin Haoru, said Qin Feng. Lin Haoru. Could it be the sect leader Lin from thousands of years ago? The number 1 rogue cultivator in the East Field Continent, Wang Yun, fell into deep thought. The other supreme martial artists had obviously heard of Lin Haoru's name. The sect leader Lin has long disappeared. I don't know if he has died or stepped into the celestial world. However, the Lin clan is still around, but it's a far cry from Lin Haoru's heyday. It's even been reduced to a 2nd or 3rd-rate force in the East Field Continent. Tisk Tsk. I really didn't expect Lin Haoru to be a Great Tao Ultimate God's only son. No wonder his cultivation talent is so heaven-defying. It's a pity that the Lin clan is now in decline. This is really a case of 300 years east and 300 years west. The supreme martial artist sighed. The Lin clan's current situation was very similar to theirs. They were once a king supreme martial artist, but now they were in dire straits. By the way, young hero Qin, what secret manuals did Senior Great Tao Ultimate God leave behind? Priest Wu from the West Sea Continent asked. Qin Feng had always protected the creation of heaven and earth skill as a great secret. He even rarely taught it to his women and friends. This was because once this kind of top-notch divine technique was exposed, it would definitely cause a bloodbath. However, now that a great disaster was imminent, and the few people in front of him were supreme martial artists who had stepped into the peak of true God, Qin Fan didn't need to hide the creation of heaven and earth skill anymore. He activated his divine consciousness, and the mental cultivation method of the creation of heaven and earth skill was transmitted into everyone's mind. He Shuhan exclaimed, "It really is the complete mental cultivation method of the creation of heaven and earth skill. Back then, I only obtained the second and third chapters, but because the cultivation method was incomplete, I didn't dare to cultivate it. I didn't expect you to have already started cultivating it. No wonder your cultivation level increased so quickly." The creation of heaven and earth skill had always been known as the #1 divine technique in the divine continent. Now that the mental cultivation method of the first 4 chapters was in everyone's mind, even these supreme martial artists couldn't stay calm. This divine technique is worthy of being the essence of Senior Great Tao Ultimate God's lifetime comprehension. Even I can't comprehend it in a short time. I think we should kill our way to the Kobe Gate first. We can slowly comprehend and cultivate the divine technique in the future, Nan Tianjue suggested. Everyone nodded. Comprehending the true essence of the creation of heaven and earth skill was not something that could be done in a short time. The most important thing now was to survive the Millennium Calamity. After Qin Fan refined the pocket world of time, the secret territory disappeared. Everyone was now in the celestial herb valley, and the surrounding spiritual energy was abundant. Qin Fan quickly discovered the abnormality. The rich spiritual energy was missing a unique aura. Qin Fan now knew that the unique aura was emitted by the Tree of Life. It was obvious that the Tree of Life had been refined along with the pocket world of time. Qin Fan couldn't help but sigh. The cost of maintaining the pocket world of time was really high. It actually required 12 trees of life to provide energy. Everyone didn't stop and immediately flew out of the celestial herb valley. As soon as they flew out of the celestial herb valley's array door, everyone's expression became solemn. The outside was shrouded by dark clouds, and it was a magnificent scene before the end of the world. The dense dark clouds were moving quickly, chasing after some cultivators. When the cultivators were shrouded by the dark clouds, heart-wrenching screams could be heard. After the dark clouds flew far away, the cultivators' figures could no longer be seen. 9-headed soul-devouring insects. So many 9-headed soul-devouring insects. It must be that bastard Ling Wanyan who released them. He wants the divine continent to perish. Let's not talk so much. Let's quickly kill these demonic beasts. Otherwise, the Eastfield continent will fall into an unimaginable disaster. The moment they came out, they ran into trouble, and it was a super big trouble that was hard to predict. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 2163. When the few of them released their divine wills, everything within a radius of thousands of miles seemed to be right in front of them. It wasn't just the immortal Medicine Valley that was occupied by the 9-headed soul-devouring bug. There were traces of the soul-devouring bug in the other cities and mountain ranges. Although everyone had already guessed that Ling Wanyan, the bastard, had more than one soul-devouring bug in the small world of time, they were still deeply shocked when they saw the countless soul-devouring bugs outside. What should we do now? There are so many soul-devouring insects, how can we kill them all? The few supreme martial artists were in despair. Not long ago, they had used all their strength to kill one soul-devouring bug, and now, half of the Eastfield continent had been invaded by the 9-headed soul-devouring bug. Wanting to kill all of them was simply a fantasy. Qin Fan sank into deep thought. He had a bold idea, and that was to send all the 9-headed soul-devouring bugs into the time pocket world. However, this idea soon met with an obstacle. Even though Qin Fen had refined the time pocket world, he could only enter it himself. There was no way for him to take other things in. Got it. Qin Fang's eyes suddenly lit up. All the supreme martial artists looked over. Needless asked hatefully, young hero Qin. Have you thought of a way to deal with the nine-headed soul-devouring bug? There really is a way. I was just about to ask Senior, isn't that gourd of yours able to absorb the devouring immortal insect? Why don't you use it to absorb these nine-headed soul-devouring bugs? Qin Feng asked. He Shuhan shook his head and sighed, AI. Although my gourd is a small world, it's a low-level and incomplete small world. At most, it can only absorb immature celestial devouring bugs, but the nine-headed soul-devouring bug has already changed into another form. Its divine soul is extremely powerful, and it can even generate its own magnetic field. My small gourd world can't absorb this kind of thing. Qin Fen was not disappointed. He continued to ask, then can the small world of time accept the nine-headed soul-devouring bug? Of course. Otherwise, the soul-devouring bug that we killed earlier would have broken free from the small world's restraints and come to the outside world, He Shuhan said with certainty. I was planning to use the time pocket world to take away the nine-headed soul-devouring bug. What do you think? Qin Fen voiced out his thoughts. The expressions of the few supreme beings changed. Many of them looked pleasantly surprised. He Shuhan immediately shouted, Hey! Why didn't I think of that? Young hero Qin can definitely give it a try. But there's a problem now. Although I've refined the time pocket world, I can't absorb anything else. How did Senior Hateful Scored do it? Qin Feng asked. That is not an obstacle. Truth be told, a small world can be fused with a weapon. However, the requirements for the fused weapon are very high. At the very least, it must be a half-immortal artifact. That small gourd of mine was originally a top-grade immortal artifact. Later on, I invited a half-immortal artifact grandmaster to upgrade and modify it. Only then did it fuse with the small world, He Shuhan explained. Qin Feng was suddenly enlightened. He didn't lack weapons to fuse with. Not to mention quasi-celestial artifacts, he even had 2 celestial artifacts. After thinking for a while, Qin Fen decided to fuse Heavenly Rainbow with the Time Pocket world. Firstly, the Heavenly Rainbow contained the bloodline of the Divine Dragon and a sliver of the divine will of that Almighty Being. He believed that the fusion would yield twice the results with half the effort. Secondly, if he used an exceptional sword to fuse with it, it would cause unnecessary awkwardness afterward. After all, that exceptional sword had been snatched from Shinqijuan. After making his decision, Qin Fen immediately brought Sky Rainbow into the Time Pocket world. 1 day in the outside world was equivalent to 3 years here. Even though it was Qin Fen's first time fusing with a small world, he could afford to waste time. The process of refining and fusing was similar to refining weapons. However, Qin Fen was only at the level of a top-grade weapon refining grandmaster. If he wanted to completely fuse the small world with Sky Rainbow, he would have to raise his weapon refining skills to the level of an immortal master. Qin Fen entered seclusion. However, Nan Tinjue and the others didn't stay idle. They flew towards the black fog in the sky. They planned to eliminate the 9-headed soul-devouring bug outside the immortal medicinal valley. 9 supreme martial artists at the peak of the True God stage appeared once again. Ferocious true elemental energy swirled behind them. They were like 9 true dragons soaring in the sky. The cultivators who were struggling in the black fog looked over with complicated expressions. What's that? What a powerful and aged aura. It should be because the evil beasts were causing trouble. The Eastfield Continent's supreme martial artists who didn't enter the world must have made a move. True God. These few are all True God stage seniors. After knowing that it was the True God stage, the crowd instantly became excited. They even forgot about the dangerous situation they were in. Even in the Eastern Field Continent, where the spiritual energy was the most abundant on the Divine Continent, True God Realm Masters were rare existences. The few famous True God Realm Masters were the patriarchs of the Eastern Field Continent's 9-star sects. Their names were well known in the Eastern Field Continent. However, those cultivators were unfamiliar with Nan Tinjue and the others. They couldn't even recognize any of the True God stage seniors. It was as if 9 True God Supreme Martial Artists had descended from the sky. We're saved. We're saved. What kind of evil creature is hiding in the black fog? It's really too powerful. But with 9 True God Supreme Martial Artists descending, they can definitely kill the evil creature. Hope reignited in everyone's hearts. They still hadn't realized how powerful the 9-headed soul-devouring bug was. Nan Tinjue and the others each rushed to the top of one of the soul-devouring bug's heads and immediately launched a killing blow. In an instant, the weather changed. 9 holes appeared in the sky. Those 9 black holes quickly expanded and shrouded the top of the soul-devouring bug's head. It was as if the end of the world was coming. However, the crack only descended halfway and stopped in midair. The 9 heads of the soul-devouring insect roared at the sky, and the ferocious aura spewed out from its mouth instantly broke through the air. The airflow began to rotate on its own and actually formed 9 black hole hurricanes. An extremely rare scene appeared in front of them. The cultivators watching were dumbfounded. The 2 black holes collided in the sky, separating a completely broken space. The turbulence in the space collided, forming a land of certain death. What a powerful evil creature. Even the 9 True God stage seniors can't do anything to it. This evil creature looks like a dragon but not a dragon. What the hell is it? Legend has it that there's an evil creature from the immortal world that can devour a cultivator's divine sense to strengthen itself. Its mature form has a 9-headed snake body. It's called the 9-headed soul-devouring bug. Could this evil creature in front of us be the 9-headed soul-devouring bug? Isn't that an evil beast from the immortal world? Why would it appear in the divine continent? Everyone couldn't understand the appearance of the 9-headed soul-devouring bug. They also didn't know that the 1,000-year calamity was coming. Nan Tinjue and the others were locked in a fierce battle with the soul-devouring bug. Without Qinfan's Ice Heart Flame and Ninth Heaven Frozen Seal, it became extremely difficult to cut off the soul-devouring bug's head. The fierce battle lasted for 1 day and 1 night. Nan Tinjue and the others' true essence was severely depleted. Their attacks were clearly weakened. However, the 9-headed soul-devouring bug seemed to be more and more courageous. It gradually turned from being at a disadvantage to gaining the upper hand. No. If this drags on, everyone will die. It's better to leave this place first and wait for young hero Qin to come out of seclusion. Nan Tinjue felt that his sea of consciousness couldn't bear it anymore. The black fog that filled the sky was pervasive, as if it was going to drill into his mind at any time. Chapter 2164. The other's conditions would only be worse than Nantianju, not better than him. Everyone immediately retreated, but the 9-headed soul-devouring bug was already enraged. How could it just watch them leave? When the 9 heads howled, the layer of black mist in the sky quickly converged. Like a huge sky net, it enveloped Nantianju and the others. No matter how fast the 9 of them were, they couldn't escape from the boundless black mist. Very quickly they were engulfed by the black mist. It was hard to see with the naked eye, and divine sense couldn't enter at all. The 9 Supreme Being Seniors have fallen. Such a powerful demonic beast appeared in Eastfield Continent. even godly venerables in true god realm are no match for it. This will be a huge calamity for Eastfield Continent. Everyone, don't just stand there, quickly run for your lives. The glimmer of hope that was ignited in those cultivators' hearts was completely destroyed. Some ignorant cultivators tried to join hands to defeat the soul-devouring bugs, but now that idea disappeared without a trace. Nan Tianju and the others didn't die so quickly, but inside the thick black mist, they were in a very dangerous situation. The black mist was filled with devouring immortal insects. They were slowly engulfing their divine sense sea. This damn demonic beast, this old man is going to fight it out with them. Someone roared. His body suddenly surged with true essence. He was actually going to self-destruct his divine sense to destroy the nine-headed soul-devouring bug. Nan Tianju immediately stopped him. Junior brother Jingji, don't be rash. Even if you self-destruct your divine sense, it will be difficult to kill the soul-devouring bug. If you want to completely exterminate this demonic beast, you can only kill all 9 of them at the same time, destroying their divine sense. Other methods are useless. Shuhen also advised. But it was too late for Jingji to stop. He had completely opened up his divine sense sea, allowing those devouring immortal insects to enter. Even if he dispelled the idea of self-destructing his divine sense sea was already under attack. It felt like it was going to explode at any time. Everyone was like a clay bodhisattva crossing the river. They couldn't even protect themselves. No one could help Jingji. Seeing Jingji roar in pain, a rainbow light suddenly appeared, cutting the black mist in half. The black mist crazily surged, trying to fill up the sky dividing line, but not only did the rainbow light not disappear, it was also rapidly spreading to both sides. It was like a red sky slowly spreading. The fleeing cultivators stopped abruptly. They had seen too many wondrous and magnificent sights today. What's that? What a beautiful cloud. Could it be that Doomsday Beast has been killed? This isn't a cloud, it's a sword force. Another almighty senior has come. The crowd was shocked. The rainbow curtain in the sky was actually a sword move. In that case, just how powerful was the cultivation of the person who executed the sword move? However, the magnificent scene in front of them was only the beginning. When the rainbow curtain completely unfolded, the sky above their heads was completely covered. The black fog immediately disappeared as if it couldn't stand the light. In the end, a huge demonic beast with 9 heads and a snake's body appeared. It looked extremely terrifying. 9-headed soul-devouring bug. It's really a 9-headed soul-devouring bug. Demonic beasts from the immortal world have appeared in the divine supreme continent. Is this a sign that something big is about to happen? Look at that rainbow curtain, there's a person standing inside. Qin Fen hovered in the air with his sword. He slashed out a rainbow in his hand, creating a magnificent scene. He was actually standing on the rainbow curtain, but in everyone's eyes, it was as if he was in the sky, like a god descending to the mortal world. The rainbow curtain was not only the power of the sword move, but also the power formed by the small world of time. The 9-headed soul-devouring bug was roaring at the sky. The aura on its body was tumbling like a tsunami. Its body suddenly stood up like a rising mountain, and its 9 heads were thrown out, smashing into the sky curtain in the sky. Rumble. An earth-shattering sound spread out. The cultivators who stayed in the distance felt their hearts beat faster, and even their hair stood on end. However, the fierce attack penetrated the sky curtain, creating turbulent sparks in the higher void. The moment the 9 heads touched the sky curtain, they suddenly disappeared without a trace. Success. Qin Fen was overjoyed. The 9 heads of the soul-devouring bug had been absorbed into the small world of time, leaving only its mountain-like body struggling and twisting on the ground. Even the surrounding mountains were shaking. A black shadow flew out from the broken head. Qin Fen was waiting for this moment. The long sword in his hand slashed down, and a rainbow flashed, instantly blowing up the soul of the soul-devouring bug. This time, the 9-headed soul-devouring bug was completely destroyed. Its mountain-like body was blown away by the wind like a fossil, scattering on the ground. Several figures landed beside Qin Fun. Nan Tinjue said excitedly, "Young hero Qin. You succeeded. If it wasn't for the seniors risking their lives to buy time outside, I wouldn't have been able to do it," Qin Fun said modestly. He Shuhan looked at the rainbow in Qin Fun's hand with an itch in his heart. This immortal weapon was much more advanced than his gourd treasure. It could even fuse with the small world of time. Since young hero Qin has found a way to deal with the soul-devouring bug, let's go and destroy the other soul-devouring bugs first, Baiyu suggested. Qin Fun shook his head and said, "The purpose of the Kobe faction secretly raising the soul-devouring bugs is to control the divine supreme continent, but it has not reached the point where it can be used." Baiyu did not understand. "Young hero Qin, what do you mean?" "I think Ling Wanyan is deliberately stalling for time. He released the soul-devouring bugs to attract our attention," said Qin Fun. Everyone fell into deep thought. After a while, Nan Tinjue said, "What does Ling Wanyan want to do?" "That's hard to say. Maybe it's something more important than the soul-devouring bugs." The 9-headed soul-devouring bug was a demonic beast from the immortal world. It was a unique existence in the divine supreme continent. Moreover, it was not easy to cultivate a mature soul-devouring bug. If Ling Wanyan wanted to do something more important than the survival of the soul-devouring bugs, it was most likely related to the Millennium Calamity. Young hero Qin's analysis is reasonable. Why don't we kill the Kobe faction first? It won't be too late to kill the demonic beasts after we kill Ling Wanyan, Nan Tinjue made a decision. Now that all the honorable martial artists followed Qin Fun's lead, no one raised any objections. When the 10 of them left on their flying swords, they left behind a magnificent scene of rolling clouds in the sky. The surviving cultivators could not take their eyes off it. They killed the 9-headed soul-devouring bug. Where did these honorable gods come from? The Eastfield continent is going to change. There are demonic beasts everywhere in the Eastfield continent. I wonder if those honorable gods went to kill other demonic beasts. This disaster is not something we can participate in. Let's all return to our sects and hide. 3 days later, Qin Fun and the 10 of them arrived at a stretch of mountain range. And in the huge canyon between the peaks was the base of the Eastfield continent's #1 sect, the Kobe faction. Young hero Qin. This is the place. Nan Tinjue said in a deep voice. After Qin Fun knew the situation, he did not say anything. His feet landed on a mountain peak and he slashed down with his sword. Chapter 2165. A purple light soared into the sky and shrouded the entire canyon, like a beautiful sunset. Then, a loud explosion sounded, shaking the earth and mountains, and countless peaks collapsed. Who dares to come to the Kobe sect and cause trouble? Are you tired of living? Several black shadows flew out of the explosion and formed an array in the sky. Qin Fun's answer was simple and violent. He raised his blade and drew a bright purple light in the sky, instantly killing more than a dozen people in the array. Small fries, don't come to die. Go back and report to your sect leader Ling Wanyan that I, Qin Fun, am here to destroy your sect. Qin Fun stood on the mountain peak with his blade alone, like a god of war descending to the world. More and more cultivators flew from the foot of the mountain, but they were no match for Qin Fun at all. They didn't even have time to make a move before they died tragically in the violent explosion caused by Qin Fun's first blade. This was only Qin Fun's divine power. As for Nantianju and the others, they stood on the 9 mountain peaks and didn't need to make a move. In just a short period of time, at least hundreds of Kobe's sect disciples were killed. The cultivators who came later were panic-stricken and didn't dare to make a move. They were shocked by Qin Fan's divine power. It turned out that there was really someone in the divine continent who dared to attack the Kobe sect. This moment came so suddenly that the Kobe sect disciples were caught off guard. They were confused by the alternating emotions of disbelief and fear, and even suspected that everything was a dream. This kind of one-sided slaughter no longer aroused Qin Fan's interest. He jumped down from the mountain peak into the valley, raised the ruler high above his head, and slashed down like a waterfall of the Milky Way. Rumble. Loud noises rose and fell. There seemed to be a violent earthquake in the Kobe sect. The ruler's blade power split the earth, creating a boundary line between the Chu River and the Kobe sect. The Kobe sect cultivators were dumbfounded. Who was this person? He felt like he could destroy an army by himself. The Kobe sect's disaster is coming. Go and report to the sect leader. There are still a few enemies on the mountain peak who haven't made a move yet. These people's aura is so strong. They seem to be true immortal realm ultimate gods. This was the first time the Kobe disciples experienced panic. In the past, they never thought that their sect would be attacked. At this moment, a black shadow flashed by. The shadow's speed was so fast that even divine senses could not capture it. The black shadow went straight in Qin Fan's direction. Qin Fan, who had just landed in the valley, had a change of expression. He immediately slashed forward with his saber. A purple light suddenly appeared, bringing with it a ferocious killing intent. The black figure held a long sword in his hand. Surprisingly, he did not dodge or evade. Instead, he pointed his sword at the sky and attempted to clash head-on with Qin Fan's saber chi. A loud sound quickly spread out, as if a hole had been blasted in the sky. At the place where the two violent true essences collided, a black hole was formed, causing the crowd to cry out in alarm. Grand Elder Ling Qi is here. Who is the enemy? He can even withstand the sword of Great Elder Ling Qi. Look! The Great Elders have all come out. Just as Qin Feng and Ling Qi finished exchanging blows, a few more black figures flew over. Their auras were extremely powerful, and they were no weaker than Ling Qi. As soon as these figures arrived, they immediately attacked. Suddenly, a ferocious attack covered the sky and the earth, as if it was going to destroy the world. The Kobe faction is stronger than we thought. They actually have so many true God realm cultivators. Young hero Qin is in danger. Everyone, hurry up. Nan Tinjue and the other supremes flew down from the mountain peak and immediately joined the battle. The Kobe faction was instantly caught in a fierce battle. The mountain peak collapsed one after another, and the explosions were hard to calm down. Once the battle started, it was destined to be the peak battle of the divine continent in the past few hundred years. The battlefield was filled with true God realm experts, and the lineup was shocking. However, after a round of fighting, the great elders of the Kobe faction were at a disadvantage. Although all of them had stepped into the true God realm, their foundations were not as strong as Nan Tinjue and the other supremes. A loud sound suddenly rang out. Qin Fan killed two true God realm great elders with a single slash. Nan Tinjue and the others did not fall behind, and they killed their opponents one after another. In less than an hour, 11 true God realm great elders had fallen. This was something that would never happen under normal circumstances. This is bad. The great elders have been killed, and the Kobe faction is facing an unprecedented crisis. Who are those people? Why do they look so unfamiliar? When did the Eastfield continent have so many true God realm great elders? Why hasn't the faction master shown himself? We can't let this go on. The Kobe faction's disciples panicked, and a small group of cultivators even started to run away. Before those people could fly far, their bodies suddenly exploded in the sky, and a cold voice resounded through the valley: the Kobe faction will live forever. Those who dare to be deserters will be killed without mercy. The cultivators that were running away stopped abruptly, but they still could not escape death. Their bodies exploded like fireworks in the sky. More than a dozen black figures flew out from the Kobe faction's valley. It was another group of true God Realm cultivators. When the leading elder landed on the ground, Nan Tinjue exclaimed, "Junior brother Hikue. You're not dead." Nan Tinjue was not the only one who recognized Hikue. The other 8 supremes had a complicated expression when they saw the newcomer. Hikue was one of the Divine Continent's 12 supremes in the past. Nan Tinjue had purposely looked for him some time ago, but to no avail. He thought Hikue had fallen, but he unexpectedly appeared in the Kobe faction. Ha! Senior brothers and junior brothers, long time no see. Hikue said with a faint smile. Even you guys are not dead, so how can I be dead? Nan Tinjue's expression was cold, and he had some guesses in his heart. You've sided with Ling Wanyan, that bastard. A wise man submits to circumstances. I advise everyone to follow Faction Master Ling's side. On account of our many years of friendship, I can plead with Faction Master Ling. Faction Master is magnanimous and will not hold grudges against us in the past, Hikue said. He Shuhan immediately scolded, Ling Wanyan, that bastard, wants to seal the Divine Continent and prevent cultivators from becoming celestials. You actually submitted to him. How despicable. Hikue's expression was cold. Humph. It's you guys who are short-sighted. How dare you criticize me? If that's the case, don't expect me to speak up for you guys in front of Faction Master Ling. Pfft. Who cares about your words? I'll kill you first to vent my anger. He Shuhan slammed his palm forward. With his palm, the weather changed drastically. It was as if the sky was collapsing. A giant palm print covered the sky and fell to the ground with a thunderous momentum. Hikue sneered and stabbed his sword forward. A white light appeared, as if it had split the sky in half. Even the palm print was cut in half, and the ferocious vital energy dissipated. Ha! I haven't seen you for so many years, but your abilities are still so weak. Hikue sneered. He Shuhan slammed his palm down again. This time, the giant vital energy palm rolled like clouds, sweeping up an even more ferocious aura. Don't brag too early, or else it'll be hard to clean up this mess. Chapter 2166. The two of them fought fiercely. The 10 true god experts that Hikue brought also attacked. Qin Fan and the rest were in an intense battle again. They realized that the Kobe sect was really powerful. True god experts were as common as ordinary disciples. After killing one batch, another batch would come. However, the foundations of these true god experts were not stable. It was as if they were chasing after higher realms, so they improved very quickly. Their true essence could not compare to Shinchijuan and the rest. Their divine telekinesis was even weaker. Qin Fan quickly discovered this secret. Hence, he changed his battle style from true essence to divine telekinesis. He leaped towards the 2 true god disciples. The 2 were shocked. When they regained their senses, they sneered and immediately attacked Qin Fan. True essence surged, but Qin Fan ignored it. When he activated his divine telekinesis, an extremely strong magnetic field surged from his body. It stirred the air and formed a domain. Within the domain, everything seemed to stop. Even the attacks of the 2 Kobe sect disciples stopped. Qin Fan's divine telekinesis attacked quickly. He could not even see the actual attack. 2 loud sounds came from the sky. The two Kobe sect disciples exploded on the spot. The escaping divine telekinesis was also destroyed. The death of a true god would cause a huge commotion. Even the weather would change. The people who were fighting looked over. Their expressions changed. However, this was just the beginning. Qin Fan's figure flashed and he dashed towards the place with the most people. He used the same move. The domain was formed and his divine telekinesis spread out. The heaven and earth seemed to have fallen into hell. The 5 true god experts exploded and disappeared like 5 stars in the sky. Great elders died one after another. What is going on? It's that young hero. He looks to be less than 30 years old, but his cultivation is so terrifying. Even a true god expert is killed like a dog. We are still fated to be killed by him. Everyone, run for your lives. The Kobe sect is going to be destroyed. The people panicked. They had never seen such a fierce battle. However, a loud sound came from the sky. The cultivators who had just flown away exploded one after another. The dense sound was like firecrackers. Nan Tianjue and the rest stopped and looked towards the valley in the distance. A powerful aura floated over, but no one appeared. Suddenly, an agonizing cry rang out from the crowd. The #1 expert of the northern sand region had exploded and died. Before he died, he didn't even have the time to say a single word. Junior brother Jingji. Who's causing trouble? If you have the ability, come and fight me. Nan Tianju and the others were furious. At the same time, they were flustered. As Supreme Masters of the Divine Supreme Continent, each of them was a peak true God realm expert. However, they did not even notice that an enemy had appeared beside them. They were even killed instantly by the enemy. Another explosion rang out. This time, it was the Demon King Haibin who blew it up. A strange aura instantly drifted in the air. The few supreme beings who were still alive were all panicking. The strength of the enemy made them feel a little despair. Ha! I haven't seen you for many years. How are you, my old friends? An aged and mocking voice rang out. Even though they couldn't see the owner of the voice, the expressions of the supreme martial artists instantly changed. Ling Wanyan. I know it's you. Stop playing tricks and come out and fight me if you have the guts, Priest Wu of the West Sea Continent suddenly shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud explosion came from his body. Even his divine sense was destroyed, and he disappeared on the spot. A heavy atmosphere pressed down on the hearts of the supreme beings. Everyone raised their vigilance and tried to find Ling Wanyan's figure under the gloomy sky. However, they couldn't find him. However, at this moment, a gust of strong wind appeared. That hurricane flew out from the depths of the valley. Everywhere it went, it was as if a war had broken out, turning everything into ruins. The hurricane finally stopped in mid-air above the battlefield. An old man wrapped in a black robe appeared. He had white hair and a youthful complexion. He was standing on a white cloud and his aura was unique. It was as if an immortal had arrived. Ling Wanyan. Nan Tianjue's voice was cold. The old man in the sky smiled and said, "A few hundred years have passed. You guys are still at the same spot, but I've already stepped into the ranks of immortals. Now, you guys are merely ants in my eyes. As long as I want to, I can kill you at any time." Jingji and the other two are living examples. Stepped into the ranks of immortals? The expressions of the supreme beings changed instantly. The thing that they were most worried about had happened. Ling Wanyan continued, "Seeing that we have known each other for a while, I can spare your lives. You will submit to me like Hikue and be obedient watchdogs from now on. If I am in a good mood, I might even teach you how to ascend to the celestial realm." Hikue's eyes shone brightly. He immediately cupped his fists towards the sky and said, "Thank you, sect leader Ling. This subordinate will be loyal and devoted to the Kobe clan, and will never have any other thoughts." Ha! Good dog. Good dog. Ling Wanyan looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. The #1 rogue cultivator in the Eastfield continent, Wang Yun, couldn't stand it anymore. He shouted towards the sky, "Ling Wanyan, you bastard. Don't think that we will submit to you. We are not as lowly as Hikue. We can be killed but not humiliated. At most, we will just die." Wang Yun's words made everyone's blood boil. However, with a loud bang, Wang Yun exploded and died on the spot. Death came too suddenly. Nan Tinjue and the others didn't notice it at all. The atmosphere dropped to the freezing point and the aura of death was within reach. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, only 5 of the 9 supremes who had come with Qin Feng were left. "Nan Tinjue, what is the meaning of this? Don't tell me you are as stubborn as Wang Yun." Ling Wanyan looked at them with a faint smile. Everyone was anxious. Nan Tinjue blamed himself. The decision to attack the Kobe sect was too hasty. No matter what, they should have investigated Ling Wanyan's strength before making any further plans. However, there was no medicine for regret. Seeing that 4 of his companions had died, Nan Tinjue could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He slapped towards Ling Wanyan. "Everyone, attack together. We only have one chance. We must kill this bastard Ling Wanyan." Seeing that Nan Tinjue had made his move, the other 4 did not retreat. They immediately followed him and used their ultimate techniques without holding back. In an instant, dark clouds covered the sky. It was the attack formed by the overlapping palm prints of the 4 people. The clouds fell quickly as if the sky had collapsed, and the pressure made it difficult for the disciples of the Kobe sect to breathe. The cloud of palm prints was about to explode above Ling Wanyan's head. However, Ling Wanyan's expression was as calm as usual. He raised his hand lightly, and a gust of wind suddenly rose. As if the wind had blown away the clouds, the surging true essence formed by the joint efforts of the 5 people disappeared. "Since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, this immortal will fulfill your wish." A ruthless look flashed across Ling Wanyan's face. As he urged his divine thoughts, a wave of magnetic field fluctuated and instantly surrounded Nan Tinjue and the others. The air in the field was still, and the 5 people couldn't move. At the same time, a powerful impact entered their sea of consciousness, and then they heard a loud bang of the sea of consciousness. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, Booksellers Mobile. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.